we're going live, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, February 10th. Welcome to all who are watching and to everyone joining us. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the chair of the board. And also in the room with me is Terry Anderson, who's helping us with the Zoom. And then joining us from home are our commissioners Francie Jacober, Greg Poshman, and Steve Child, as well as staff who will help us get through today's agenda. So our first item is any additions or deletions to the agenda. John Peacock?
Yeah, thanks. We have two recommended additions for the agenda today. The first is an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing submittal of a grant application in the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs Renewable and Clean Energy Challenge for a feasibility analysis of an integrated clean energy system throughout the Aspen Airport Business Center Energy Corridor, and if approved by DOLA, accepting the grant. And the second is also an emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing a contract with Howard Rubenstein to sell Pitkin County's Cougar Canyon outparcel. Sorry.
Great. So I'm going to recommend that we put the Cougar Canyon sale with Mr. Rubenstein as item 11B, which would be our first emergency resolution item. And then the renew grant as item number 13, since that's also under the emergency resolution section, that would be our last emergency reso for the day. And so if that's acceptable to the board, I'll look for an motion to amend the agenda, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg. A second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Steve. All in favor of amending the agenda, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and let me know, Commissioner Clapper is unable to join us today, so she is thinking of us from afar. So let me go ahead and we are going to open up for public comments, and I understand we have some special guests, so I'm going to invite Cindy Hubin to address the board first, please.
Hi, thank you very much. Nice to see everybody. Yes, today we have two high school freshmen, Tessa Gillander and Brooke O'Sullivan, who have an idea for you to present about a night sky event. And I see both are on the screen, so I'll let them take it away. They went to the city council last night and got wonderful support from the city council. So if you have any questions about that, I'm here to help.
Hi, my name is Tessa Gillander, and I'm working with my classmate, Brooke O'Sullivan. We are both currently freshmen at Aspen High School.
Yeah, I'm Brooke. Our idea is to interactively bring awareness to light pollution and energy consumption in Pitkin County. And seeing that Aspen is already trying to partake in the Dark Sky Initiative, we thought our idea might bring awareness to locals and visitors.
We have a few dates in mind, particularly in April. The dates we have considered are April 16th to the 25th because of the astrological events taking place between those dates, which could possibly be an attraction to visitors and locals. The basis of our idea is to get visitors and residents to participate in turning off their lights for an hour of the night. By doing this, we not only will illuminate the beauty of the stars, but reduce our energy consumption as a county and stop a large amount of CO2 from being emitted into the atmosphere in just that hour.
In the United States, 21% of our annual energy consumption is used residentially, and we realize that we're only a small part of this number, but as a community, we should be one of the first to set an example for other places in our valley.
As for spreading the word of the event, David Cook, the owner of the Aspen Daily News, has agreed to help publicize the event. We're also getting help from Sam Barney, a member of the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, who could help us spread the word to businesses and visitors. And the Aspen High School Astronomy Club has also volunteered to help with an educational part of the event.
We come to you all asking for endorsement, resources, and a public declaration of our event, and we would love to come back as the dates approach for more input from you guys.
Okay, let me see if the board has any questions for our guests today. Greg? And then Francie?
Thank you, Tessa and Brooke, for being here. This is so great. It's so great to see you here, and please come back often. I think my question is for staff. You know, what have we done and what do we have in place regarding dark skies already, and what can we do to help these two and help ourselves with dark skies? I love it. Darkness is one of our prized assets.
Well, if you'd like me to answer right now, we are in the middle of changing our lighting code, amending our lighting code, observing the dark sky initiative that's part of a policy right now with the Board of County Commissioners. So we have that in place, and I know Tessa has offered to help us with our code amendments and take a look, and I know that Brooke probably will too. So we'll have their participation in that, and hopefully we'll not in too distant future be bringing you that those lighting code amendments for your consideration. So we've got that going, and Tessa and Brooke have asked how we can help promote the event, and we thought we would have the board potentially pass a resolution for a night sky event and help promote the communication of this event. Maybe allow us to use our caucus contacts to get the word out, and other things that the board might come up with. We'd be happy to help, and like I said, we're working with the city of Aspen on this. Ben Anderson, the long-range planner for the city, has participated and is helping, and they're also looking at their lighting ordinances and how we can work together in the urban growth boundary area for that. There were a lot of comments on that last night by the city council, and I think everybody wants to work on this together, so it's a great project and hopefully a great event to kick us off.
Thanks, Cindy. If I could follow up, just to say I'm eager to help with this, and if I can help you too and help us do this. And I think that we have so many, first of all, we have so many visitors who come here, and if they ever get outside and look up, they're just blown away because they simply can't see the sky in the cities they come from the way they see them here. So that's such a great thing that we can turn people on to. But also we have events. We have various events with whether natural phenomena or even man-made, like the satellites, the Starlinks, or the space station flying over. And every time that does, I tell everybody I can, get outside and go and look up and see what's happening. So I'm super enthusiastic about this. I'll help however I can.
Thanks, Greg. Francie?
Yeah, I think it's a really great idea too, girls. I really commend you for being community organizers. That's so cool. Is this coordinated with any other events anywhere else across the country, or is this just strictly Tessa and Brooks' thing?
I think it is just us, as far as I know. Like, we kind of bounced our idea off of the Dark Sky Initiative, but we kind of made it our own also.
That is really, really cool. Great job. And I'm fully in support, and I will also do whatever I can to help you. Nice job, girls.
Steve?
I also agree this is really a terrific idea. So many people are afraid of the dark who live in urban areas. And having lived in the countryside here for almost 60 years now, I love walking out in the dark in pitch black or in just starlight or moonlight without using extra light. So I'm used to a dark sky, and I hope everybody else can share this. My question for you girls is, what are the astronomical phenomenon taking place during that period that you have picked?
There is an annual meteor shower every year between April 16th to the 25th, and some nights you can see it more than others, so we could base it off of that, but we haven't really decided yet. But there is like a meteor shower every year.
Okay, and I mean, I love following the planets when they're going across the sky and looking at any sort of astronomical things in the sky to me is one of the really neat things living here, where we can see the sky so clearly. So I think the commissioner should probably have a work session to work on resolution and maybe discuss other steps that we could take to help you out.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Tessa and Brooke. It's such a pleasure having you here today. And, you know, it's rather brave. It's not always easy to come in front of a board and speak publicly. So we appreciate that your willingness to do so. And I'm pretty enthused about this. I think I live in Burlingame, which is pretty densely developed with lots of light all the time for parking, for our parking structures and walkways and things. So I think I can work with our HOA and maybe through APSHA, the other HOAs, to promote this as well, so we can get the reduction of lighting from those denser neighborhoods. And yeah, I think we'll bring this up in either open discussion or in a future discussion, and put some time on our agenda in April to formally adopt a resolution for this event. And so we'll look to Cindy to bring forward, more details about our outreach, as well as the specific dates that you decide on for your event. So we're looking forward to it. Thank you. And Greg, did you have another thought?
I just had one last thought, and this would be a challenge or a request of Brooke and Tessa. Every night's a dark sky night. There's something going on almost every night, so it's going to be interesting to see what you want to focus on. But I was thinking that you two could possibly put together a calendar that could announce some of these things. I follow the space station, so whenever it flies over, I get an alert, and it's just so much fun to identify it and imagine what's going on up there. There's all sorts of stuff like that happening, and I was thinking, maybe you could publish a little calendar, so the Dark Skies event could be a month long or several weeks, including the meteor shower. Just a thought, but and I'm looking forward to it. Thanks.
Okay, so I just want to check in with you girls. Any further questions for us?
I think we're good.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you again, and we look forward to collaborating with you more to help your event.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, we'll move on to other public comment. I do see we have one attendee, Tomas, who has joined us. I don't know if you're here for public comment for items not on our agenda today.
Hi, no, I'm here because of the bear ranch that we're going to talk about it soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I assume that the panelists are all part of our presentations today. Is that correct, Terry? They would have received a link?
Yes, it looks to be.
Okay. I'll go ahead then and close public comment and move on to commissioner comments. Yep, Steve, go ahead.
I wanted to give a report on the collection of space heaters to take to the Lakota reservations in South Dakota. One vehicle load with 85 heaters was taken up to South Dakota and distributed. And I just got this morning a little text message that said, please tell them we really do appreciate all the heaters sent, especially the elders. They called and want to thank all of you. And another one says, thank you for your appreciation. And one of the people who signed it was Amnok Bald Eagle, was one of the Lakotas who received the heater. The date for collecting the heaters has been extended 2 weeks to the end of February, and anyone who wishes to donate an electric space heater, and we're especially thinking of those that were donated to the community by Black Hills Energy during the gas outage in Aspen, they can take them to the Aspen Fire Station lobby until the end of the month, and they will be delivered to the Pine Ridge Reservation and the Cheyenne River Reservation in South Dakota. Both of those are Lakota tribe. And they are being distributed to elders there and also to disabled people. So thank you for those who have already donated, and we hope we get a bunch more. Thank you.
That's wonderful, Steve. Thank you. Any other commissioner comments today? Okay, I'm seeing none. I don't have any either. We'll move on to our consent agenda. We have 2 items, the minutes of January 27th and an application for a transfer of ownership of liquor license. Would any of the board like to pull either of those items for discussion? If not, I'll look for a motion to approve. Greg.
I would make a motion to approve minutes of January 27th and the application submitted by Woody Creek Tavern Restaurant LLC, WCT Restaurant LLC, for transfer of ownership liquor license for the Woody Creek Tavern.
Steve?
I'll second the motion. I do have a comment about the minutes. On the signature line, my name is on there, and it should be your name, Kelly. And it was Elaine who did these minutes, so maybe she just hasn't changed her computer setup yet.
Okay, and she's out in the hall, so I can confirm it with her at a break. Okay, any further discussion on either of these 2 items? No, I will just note for the public that a public hearing is not required for the transfer of a liquor license. So we are able to conclude this in our consent agenda today. And seeing no further comments, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, thank you. And I see applicants here, so thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Jeanette. We've approved your request. Moving on to item number 3, individual consideration items, a 1 hearing public hearing, and this is for an application for medical marijuana, medical clinic marijuana license for Southwest Alternative Care, located at 24505 Highway 82 in Basalt. And Jeanette Jones is here to present this item. Hi, Jeanette.
Hi, thank you, Kelly. Hello, everyone. This is an application for a new medical center license submitted by Southwest Alternative Care. And I believe Matt, representing the applicant, is joining us virtually today, and he may have a short presentation also. United Patients of America has held a medical marijuana center county license and a state license for the last several years. Recently, they filed a change of beneficial owner application with the Colorado Marijuana Enforcement Division, which we refer to as MED, so that the state license could be transferred to Southwest Alternative Care. And the partners in the LLC are Paul Wasuska, a 50% ownership, and Brooke Lustig, 50% ownership. And the managers of the center are Evan Johnson and Amy Bartlebort. Any license issued under the Pitkin County marijuana regulations or renewal of such license is not transferable or assignable. Med regulations do, however, have a process for a change in ownership, and as stated in the attached letter, the application submitted by UPA for a transfer of ownership has been conditionally approved by Med, and issuance of the license is contingent upon the new owner. We had a little conflict in our regulations and Med regulations, because our regulations require a state license, Med regulations require a state license. So I sent this to John Ely, our county attorney, had him review the conditional, and he approved it and recommended I bring it forward to you all, that it would satisfy the conditions of the local marijuana regulations. So the applicant complies with the applicable building code standards, zoning district requirements, and fire district compliance. As the commissioners know, staff consisting of myself, the building department, environmental health, and the Growing Fork Fire District have conducted a yearly site visit on all the facilities in our jurisdiction, as well as this one. There haven't been any violations noted in this particular facility. With regard to the security, the facility contains commercial grade locks, steel doors, video, surveillance, and alarms with panic buttons, and is monitored by a vision security alarm system. With regard to parking, there's ample parking at the commercial building. There's only one other, and my understanding is there's only one other office or business in there, and that is a commercial business. Nothing is changing at the facility other than the new ownership. The same managers will be paid, and the same badge staff, which I believe there's 7 or 8 of them, will remain employed. Additionally, there are no changes to any of the facility operations, no structural mechanical changes. The property was posted and a notice of public hearing was placed in the paper and the Pitkin County website in compliance with our posting regulations. And additionally, an email was sent to Holland Hills Homeowners Association, and I haven't heard any comment back from them. So I think with that, I'll leave it, and if Matt is here, I'll let him proceed with his presentation.
Okay, thank you, Jeanette. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Kelly. Hi, board. Thank you all for having me today. I appreciate the time. And thank you, Jeanette, for driving all of this for us. You've been an amazing help getting this done. So I'm not overstating that by any means. So I have 3 slides that I put together. I don't know if you have them or not, if Jeanette's distributed them. I'm not going to talk to the points on the slides. That's why I put them on the slides. You can read them. I'm just going to give you a little bit of information, just kind of to supplement the slides about our company, so you can get to know us a little bit, here in this short session. Like Jeanette said, we have 2 owners, Brooks and Paul. They're 2 local guys. They live in Boulder and Denver. One of them is a native, and the other one's been here for almost 30 years. And, we truly are a Colorado company. We don't have any outside investments. We don't have any debt obligations. I've been in Colorado since 2002. I'm the CEO and the CFO of the company. So I'm not one of the owners, but I run the overall business for Southwest Alternative Care, which we operate and do business under the name Kaya Cannabis. We have 36 employees. Many of them are longtime Colorado residents and natives. One of the things that is attractive for people potentially joining our company is that we are a Colorado business, and we don't have our eyes set like many other of our competitors in this space on the new states that are all the hot new markets, and prices are higher and there's less competition. We are truly dedicated to growing and continuing to build our business in Colorado. We all like living here. We all really love and enjoy the mountains. Brooks is actually a ski patrol guy. If he didn't have to work, he would be on the mountain every day. He's probably on the mountain right now, is my guess. And so we're really kind of a family-oriented business. We've built our business basically providing consistent quality products. We are vertically integrated. So we grow all of our own flower, we produce all of our own concentrates, and we do that down in Denver right now. So we have a lot of control over our supply chain and the quality that our customers get. As well, we carry, all the major brands in edibles that you see in Colorado. So we really try to offer our customers a great shopping experience. We embrace our staff. We take care of our staff. Our staff all have health insurance, a variety of other benefits. They all have paid time off. They had paid time off before it was required by the state. And we've also embraced our communities that we operate in. We have 3 stores in the Denver area. I sit on the board of directors of the the West Colfax Neighborhood Association. I've been on the board for almost 3 years now since I've been at the company. You know, it's easy to put money towards things, you know, and we're a profitable company, but we really like to get involved and do things, and our people get involved as well. So rather than just writing checks, you know, you'll find us actively involved in the community. And so, like, as an example, every year we sponsor a team for a juvenile diabetes walk, and we make a donation, of course. I don't know if you guys had seen anything about this Project Joy Bomb that was going on down in Denver with this charitable group going around and bringing all these artists together to entertain people who were locked down in hospitals and things like that. We sponsored one of those for our community. As soon as the pandemic hit in March, we gave all of our customers 30% off everything in the store for almost an entire month. Then we donated 10% of our proceeds for April to Coach for Colorado, Cover Up Colorado, and another group making masks. So we were able to produce, I think, 50,000 masks, something like that, from the money that we gave. In our Colfax neighborhood, there's a part that's a lower income area. We purchased technology school supplies for the local elementary school, and our staff goes and hands them out to the families. You know, and all of these activities and kind of the things that we're focused on are driven by myself, me, and the two owners of the company. So it's really kind of a nice little company that we have. We can get involved in the things that we want to. We're able to give back to the community. You know, I think last year in just total donations, we probably gave north of $50,000 in cash contributions to various charities outside of, you know, the efforts that we put in with our staff. We also pride ourselves on our diversity and, you know, providing an equal opportunity workplace environment. We've actually had some of our staff featured in alternative lifestyle magazines before. You know, we like to consider our place a safe space for anybody to come and work. You know, and the cannabis industry, quite frankly, you know, I come from the white collar world. I worked at Deloitte. I'm a CPA. You know, cannabis world has jobs for a lot of people that don't necessarily fit into the regular industry. So we really try to embrace that and, you know, drive diversity throughout our workplace. You know, and lastly, I think I mentioned to you, you know, we are a profitable company. We've been profitable since 2014. We pay for all of our growth through our own cash flow. As you saw, we don't have any compliance violations. We don't owe taxes. We're pretty much, you know, a pretty good corporate citizen when it comes to being a company. And we really try to do a lot for our communities. And I think that not only we have the ability to, but we kind of have the obligation to as well, because being able to be in this industry is not a right, it's a privilege. And we try to kind of embrace that all the time. So that's really all I have to say, and I'm open to any questions that you guys would like to pose to me.
Great, thank you, Matt. And before we open the public hearing, do commissioners have questions for Matt or Jeanette? Steve?
Yes, a few years ago when we were approving the marijuana grow operation across the highway there from where you are, I remember there had been a marijuana grow perhaps in this same building, and I don't recall any of the specifics of it, but I realize you're not doing a grow operation here, but maybe Jeanette knows if this is the same location where that grow operation had been back, you know, when we were doing the High Valley Farms.
Yes, that's correct, Steve. And they weren't there very long. Once they caught wind that they were there and that they would have to come through the process, they left the building. So, and I can't even remember who it was either, but they are no longer there.
Okay, but this is that same location?
It's the same location.
Okay.
The commercial building, yeah, they're at Holland Hills. And this clinic, this center, is right in the front up on the second floor of that commercial building facing the highway.
Okay, thank.
Is there other questions from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this application. And I think Tomas said he had called in for Barrett Door, and so we'll just give it a minute for anyone who's watching at home to call in and comment on the medical clinic marijuana license for Southwest Alternative Care. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone call in on this application, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion. Is there any comments or emotions, Steve?
Well, I would first of all thank Matt for your presentation. It sounds like your company is really does good business practices, and that's really appreciated. And the stuff you mentioned in Denver, I don't think any of us have even been in Denver since last March, so we probably weren't aware of things that you're doing over there. But anyhow, thanks for the information on this. I don't have any problem with approving this. I think it's continuing a use that's been there, and I think it has not impacted the neighbors. It's kind of that little stretch of the highway where there are commercial businesses along there. So I would like to make a motion to approve the application for the medical clinic marijuana license requested by Southwest Alternative Care, located at 24505 Highway 82 in Basalt.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Greg?
Great. Just a question for Jeanette. How often is this reviewed? Is this similar to the grow operations that need to be reviewed annually, or how does this work? When are we going to see this again, or will we see it again?
The renewals will be handled administratively, Greg. That's the authorization that you've given staff. Certainly, if you want the renewals to come back, we can do that. But we also, as I said, the building department, environmental health, the fire department, we all do site visits to all the facilities. We're doing them twice a year now, and I should explain. With COVID, we didn't do that, but that's on our agenda to do that as soon as we possibly can. And then I bring a report back to you all in a work session so that you can keep abreast of what is going on with the grow across the street and this facility. And
great, thank you.
No mess. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. No, I'm not asking for anything in addition to that. I think we're good, and I do appreciate the comments, Matt. Thanks for describing the company. It sounds like a great operation.
Okay, Francie?
I just wanted to say congratulations on getting this through, and I wish you the best of luck. It sounds like your business is very well thought out, so good luck to you.
And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Matt. Good luck to you and your crew.
Thank you all very much. You have a great day now.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to individual consideration items, first readings, which will be set for public hearing on February 24th. And we will go to a resolution authorizing the Colorado Department of State Electronic Recording Technology Board grant with Ingrid Gruder, our recording department head. And Ingrid, I see you on here.
Yep, I am here. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
So this grant is.
Ingrid, are you able to turn your video on?
No, I don't have a camera on this.
Okay, got it. Okay, no problem.
Good for me. But, so this grant is actually the second phase of a project to contract the indexing of our historical documents with U.S. Imaging. And this will take us back to 1881, which is all the way. We received the grant for the first phase of this in 2019. The reason we split it was the project into two was to make sure that we were happy with the quality of the product we were getting from U.S. Imaging. So what happens is that then the staff does quality control on the indexing because we know what the old documents look like. They're a little weirder than other parts of the country sometimes. But we also figure that this saves us at least 5 years in going back and doing quality control, but they will be searchable as soon as they are loaded into our system. We just go back and double check and make sure everything's correct. So I don't know if you have other questions.
Let me check in with the board. Questions for Ingrid? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Ingrid, just how much is the grant for?
It is $36,535.
Okay. Okay, we know now more than ever we need online services for our community, so this is very helpful. So I look into the board for either questions, comments, or a motion to set this for public hearing on February 24th. Steve?
So I'd like to make a motion to approve this on first reading, set for second reading and public hearing on February 24th. Resolution authorizing the Colorado Department of State Electronic Recording Technology Board Grant Award.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I'd like to just thank our staff for, pursuing this grant. It's awesome. Our staff has done very well at following up on grant opportunities, and that helps us to improve the county quite a bit. So thank you, Ingrid.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And thank you, Ingrid. We'll see you on the 24th. Moving on to item number 5, an ordinance accepting development covenants approved by the Community Development Director from January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020 in connection with land use development approvals. And I see Suzanne Wolf. Hi.
Greetings. Happy afternoon, I guess. Coming to you as we do now once a year, thanks to the board adopting an ordinance in 2017 that allows us to come to you just once with covenants that we approve over the year, rather than coming to you every single time we have one and running it through an ordinance process. So this has made our lives much more streamlined and taken this down to once a year with you. But last year there were just 8 covenants in association with those land use approvals or permits. 6 of those were for growth management, 1 agricultural building, 1 employee housing fee. Again, there are probably 8 or 10 different types of covenants that we sign and record through the course of our activities. And so again, this just allows us to get your confirmation of those acceptances once a year. And this is a first reading. It is an ordinance, and it's set for second reading on the 24th.
Great, thank you, Suzanne. Are there questions from the board for Suzanne on these covenants? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Steve?
So I'd like to make a motion to approve this ordinance, accepting the development covenants from the past year, 2020, for in connection with land use development approvals, and set it for public hearing on February 24th.
Thank you, Steve.
I'll second.
Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Suzanne.
Great, thank you. See you in a bit.
Okay. Item number 6, items number 6 and 7 will handle separately, but both are being requested to be continued until the 24th, having to do with ordinances approving space leases at Phillips Mobile Home Park and an ordinance approving cabin leases at the mobile home park, since the county is now the owner of those spaces and leasing them to current occupants. So I will, does John Ely or John Peacock have any statement on these items for us before we continue these at all? No?
Not particularly, unless the board has questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay. I'll look to the board for any questions or a motion to continue.
I'll make a motion to continue approval of space leases at Phillips Mobile Home Park and cabin leases at Phillips Mobile Home Park, items 6 and 7, for a public hearing on February 24th.
Okay, so I think we need to take these separately. So I'll have note that Greg moved, Francie seconded on the space leases. That's okay?
Both. Sorry.
Any
moving right along.
Yeah. Any further comments or questions on the space leases from the board? Okay, seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. And look for a motion on number 7 to continue the cabin leases to the 24th.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg.
Seconded.
Thank you, Francie. All in favor of continuing the ordinance to February 24th, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 8, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving the conveyance of 109 Basalt Mountain Drive, Carbondale, and the purchase of 200 Lakeside Drive, Basalt, and authorizing the execution of the necessary documents. And I see our Deputy County Manager, Rich Engelhardt, to present this. Hi, Rich.
Hi, Board. Thank you. Kelly, Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. What you have before you is what we see as a real opportunity to deal with a couple of properties. But before I start, I want to mention that I've been working with John Ely and his office, in particular Jane, getting this set up. We're going through due diligence as part of this process. But what you have in front of you, Board, is an ordinance. It'll be a 2-read ordinance of the County Commissioners approving the conveyance of 109 Basalt Mountain Drive in Carbondale and purchase 200 Lakeside Drive in Basalt, and then authorizing the execution of the necessary documents. And it'll be set for a public hearing on February 24th. But a little bit about this, the 109 Basalt Mountain was a property that was purchased by an employee, and it was included in our housing program, our deed restricted housing program. And part of that requirement is that those employees have to continue to remain in good standing as an employee. In this particular case, the employee voluntarily resigned and left us the opportunity to either put this on the market or purchase it and keep it in our housing stock. It was decided to go ahead and purchase it and then put it on the open market. In doing so, we contracted with Sally Sheikman, who is our broker, She showed the house on a number of occasions, and one of those just happened to be somebody that was interested that had a home in Willits, and that is the one that's described as 200 Lakeside in Basalt, and it's in the Willits commercial area there. They made an offer on the place, but it was contingent on the sale of theirs. So the thought was, well, what about the opportunity to purchase their house? They purchase ours, and we work out a deal to where we can continue to have a home in our housing stock for the employees. So Sally worked on that with their broker. We ended up coming up with an opportunity here, and so that's what you see in front of you. We've provided in your packet the ordinance that allows for that. And then the contracts for any questions that you may have. So with that, this would allow us to move forward with the purchase and sale. We would do it simultaneously, and bottom line is that when it's done, given the dollar differences, we look to put just over $200,000 back in and still maintain a house as part of this transaction. So I would turn it over to John Ely if he's got any comments on how this has come about, and otherwise I'll certainly take questions.
I don't have anything additional to what Rich has said. I think it's fortuitous that we can transact both properties at the same time with the same individuals so that we can move forward on maintaining housing as well as infuse the program with a little bit of cash now and perhaps more in the future if we decide to sell the acquired property to a qualified buyer.
Great, thank you, John. Commissioners, are there questions for Rich or John Ely on this? Steve.
Rich, how is the due diligence going on our part and on the other party's part?
Well, we just started that process, Steve. We didn't want to get too far out ahead of the board without at least getting a nod on this first review here, but we have started the process because this closes right after your approval if this moves forward, but we started the inspection reports on those. We've reached out to the HOAs. We're starting to gather all of that information. So we're starting that process. And also while working, we'll set up the appraisals as well. And that, depending on how those come in, that may change this, but we don't know what those are looking like yet.
So will we have that information on February 24th?
Yes, yeah, I'm hoping that we can get that to you so that if there's any changes, we can certainly get those to you in advance.
Okay, any other commissioner questions on this? I'm not sure if we lost Greg, but we have a quorum, so we can, okay, there he is. We can keep, Francie, go ahead.
I don't have a question. I just want to say that I just think this is so creative, and I love it, and I totally support it from the time I first heard about it.
Do you want to make the motion?
Okay, I'm not on that page anymore. I could never pull it off.
Or I'll read it, and then you can just say so moved. So looking for a motion from the board for an ordinance of the BOCC approving the conveyance of 109 Basalt Mountain Drive, Carbondale, and the purchase of 200 Lakeside Drive, Basalt, and authorizing the execution of the necessary documents. This is the first reading set for second reading and public hearing on February 24th.
So moved.
Fantastic. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Oh, Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I Googled the location of the 200 Lakeside Drive, and my sister used to live just right down the road from there in that same kind of neighborhood, so I'm familiar with it. It's really conveniently located to City Market and Whole Foods, and also to the bus stops. So I think this would be a really good location for a Pickens County employee to live that's, close to the transit.
Fantastic, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, Rich.
Good, thank you, board. And again, thank you so much for your support for employee housing. It's such a critical part of our whole economy here. So thank you so much for that.
Okay, we're moving on to second readings and public hearings. Item number 9, an ordinance amending resolution number 55, 2008, adopting the state of Colorado's liquor license fee schedule and waiving certain liquor license fees through December 7th, 2021. And hi, Jeanette, our liquor license expert here.
Jeanette Jones, Administration, and I won't repeat the title. Kelly, you did a really good job on that. There's 2 components to this ordinance. The first one is the housekeeping component. Pursuant to Resolution 55, 2008, the board adopted the Colorado Department of Revenue liquor license fees, but it was inadvertently handled, approved by a resolution, and per the home rule charter, we need to adopt fees by ordinance. So that's simply a housekeeping matter there. That's the first part of it. The second part is due to the COVID pandemic, Senate Bill 20B-001 provides that liquor license application renewals and certain other fees for the state license authority will be waived for eligible licensees from December 7th, 2020 through December 7th, 2021. Staff is recommending that due to the economic duress faced by our local restaurants, that the BOCC consider waiving certain fees in accordance with the fee schedule reflecting the waived fees, and attached here too. And Kelly, I know there was a little confusion last time with the fee schedule, but I was finally able to break the yellow code in the state's fee schedule, and I copied a blank one. So the ones without the yellow highlight. So that's the fees that will be adopted, the housekeeping part of it, and then the fees in yellow in the other attachments are the ones that we're requesting that you waive. The board approved this on first reading, and it's before you at this juncture for a second reading and a public hearing. And I'm not sure if there'll be a lot of comments, but I just wanted to tell you that I have received several comments from the community, especially the restaurant people, and they are very appreciative of you considering this this ordinance, this waiver of fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. Any questions for Jeanette before we open the public hearing? Francie and then Steve?
I think Steve was first.
Okay, sorry, Steve, then Francie.
So, in my packet that I got, there's a red line version of the ordinance, and I think that when we looked at it at first reading, there was a full, it didn't have a red line version. So I don't have before me what we're actually approving today. Is there another version that was in an amended packet or something that was put out?
I'm not sure. I just pulled mine from the packet, and there's no red lines in it, so I'm not sure. You may be seeing some changes but there have been no changes since first reading. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, but, I mean, even on the one, mine, it doesn't even have the title of it on there. It's like the very early version of the ordinance. But I remember in the first reading, there was a more, like, the properly written ordinance.
Yeah, and that's what I just pulled from our agenda system, and it's clean, and it's, there haven't been any changes, so I don't know.
Okay.
It's a gremlin that's got you, Steve.
Let's see, let me pull up the item, and if we need to put it on the screen.
Mine looks normal.
So.
Page 117 is what I see in the packet. Or that general vicinity.
17 has yellow highlighting, you mean?
Yeah, 17's yellow, then the red lines are a couple of pages before that.
Oh, I see what you're seeing, Steve. I'm not seeing the full ordinance either. Is it possible for someone to Greg, can you share your screen that shows that? Since this is our second reading here.
That's beyond my pay grade. Sorry, it's actually on a different computer
So
altogether.
I'll just share what mine is, what's showing from the packet online, just so we can show why Steve and I are having a little lack of clarity here.
Our picky girl. Okay. Yeah, that's really strange. That's just a question I can't answer. Do you want to move this a little bit, and I'll email you all the copy I just pulled off the agenda?
Let me check in with John Ely. What should we do here?
Well, the main thing is that we need to make sure that all 4 commissioners are seeing and aware of the same document that they're voting on. So that's the fundamental issue. We can accomplish it just like Jeanette said. We could continue this down the agenda and come back to it before the meeting is adjourned, and give Jeanette a chance to email it out, and perhaps at the break before the land use items, if the board could take a look at it, then we could entertain a motion on the item, being confident that everybody has the operative document that's being recommended for approval. Okay. Other than that, I'm not sure what else to do to ensure that everybody's looking at the same thing.
Sure. So do we have to amend the agenda, or I have not opened the public hearing on this yet?
You can simply continue it down the agenda right now. As chair, you don't need a motion and a vote to do so. Okay. If there are any members of the public that are present to give comments, you might want to entertain those comments now so that they don't have to wait until later on in the agenda if they don't have that ability.
Yeah. Isn't page 114, is that not complete? What's on page 114?
So there's 3 different ways to look at the agenda, and both of the ways I have to look at it aren't including the full ordinance or the complete ordinance. So I'm unable to share something I don't have. But I think what we can do is I'm sure Jeanette can email it to me quickly and we can resolve this quickly. So what we'll do is I'll check in, I'll open the public hearing on this item. We'll see if there are comments related to the ordinance amending and adopting our liquor license fee schedule and waiving the liquor license fees through December 7th is what I'll open the public hearing for right now, and then we'll resolve the rest of this later. So I am not seeing anyone yet, but we'll give it a few seconds as there's a delay at home with folks watching. Okay, I'll close the public hearing on this item, and I will go ahead and table it until after item number 10. So Jeanette can email that to me quickly and we can resolve this quickly. And for now, we'll move on to item number 10, which is an ordinance repealing and reenacting the Pitkin County Procurement Code. And I see Chris Davis. Hi, Chris.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Chris Davis, the Procurement Manager for Pitkin County, and this is the second reading. And as I mentioned in the last presentation, this is my first time going through this, so I'll wait until you guys give me the lead on what to do.
Okay. So Chris, can you just give us a summary of the updates to the procurement code, and then what we'll do is we'll have commissioners ask questions, and then this is a public hearing, so after we ask questions, we'll go to the public hearing and then bring it back for discussion.
Sure. A summary of why this is being updated is that the latest version before this was last reenacted in 2005, so we figured it was about time to knock some dust off of it and get it updated. So in that process, we did restructure to make it conforming with the rest of the codes throughout the county, and cleaned up some redundancy And the major change is increasing the small purchase threshold from $10,000 up to $24,999. And in the last reading, there was a request to update the version from 2020 to 2021. That has been completed. And you also requested that I provide some comparables for other counties and municipalities to see if we were kind of in line with the standard. And what I've discovered is that there's really not a standard. It's kind of all over the board. So I have 8 examples, if you'd like to hear all 8. Sorry. Starting with just the general state of Colorado, their small purchasing threshold is $150,000. City and County of Denver is up to $500,000 for the purchasing manager, and at the staff level, it's $10,000. Mesa County is $5,000, but their informal is from $5,000 up to $100,000. So pretty big gap there, where ours is smaller, from 25 to 50. Telluride is up to $50,000, along with Boulder County, and Steamboat up to $50,000 as well. And just to get kind of an outside of Colorado, and because I'm from Chattanooga, their limit in Chattanooga, Tennessee is $25,000 as well. So those are examples, and we're kind of on the lower end of that spectrum, I would say.
Okay. Are there questions for Chris about the procurement code? No, seeing none. Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this ordinance repealing and reenacting the Pickens County Procurement Code. So far, I don't see anyone calling in on this item, and we will give it some time in case people are watching from home. Okay, seeing no one calling in to comment, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on this item, and I will bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion. Steve, and then Greg.
So I favor passing this. It makes sense, we're updating something from 2005. Everything costs way more now than it did then. So, the $10,000 then is probably, I don't know what it is in today's dollars, but it's something much greater than $10,000 today. So this totally makes sense to do this.
Thanks, Steve. Is that a motion?
I was just going to say, I was just going to say, Chris, thanks for giving us the comparisons. That's comforting. It's good to know we're on track. I'm happy with this and agree with Steve. I would make a motion. I'll make sure it's just for an ordinance repealing and reenacting the Pickens County Procurement Code. That's all I need to say.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. And Francie, do you have further discussion? No? I'll just say, Chris, I know we missed you last time because you were out working the vaccination tent. So we just want to thank you for that effort and all of your efforts to help our incident management team throughout COVID, and particularly with standing up this new effort to get our community vaccinated. So thanks for your hands-on experience there.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's been an honor.
Good. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, and so now I've received the ordinance on item number 9 from Jeanette, so we'll go back to our discussion on an ordinance amending Resolution 55-2008, adopting the State of Colorado's liquor license fee schedule and waiving certain liquor license fees through December 7th, 2021. I'll go ahead and share my screen so we can all look at that ordinance together. Half of us had it and half of us didn't. So this will ensure we're on the same page. And I'll just scroll down to give a moment for everybody to read through. Okay, I'll look to the board for any questions or discussion on the ordinance. Steve?
So thanks, Jeanette, for sending that to Kelly. This is how I remember it from the first reading. And there are no changes to it. I would really hope that this would, help our retail establishments during this time of the pandemic. That's a big part of, we're doing housekeeping, but also trying to help out local businesses. So I approve of this, and I would make a motion to approve an ordinance amending resolution number 055, 2008, adopting the state of Colorado's liquor license fee schedule and waiving certain liquor license fees through December 7th, 2021.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks, Jeanette.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Sorry for the confusion.
No worries.
See you next time. Bye.
Okay, moving on to item number 11, an ordinance authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents to convey Pickens County's Cougar Canyon outparcel. John Ely, can you present an update on this and direction for the board, please?
Certainly. So this item, Kelly and the board has introduced, is the second reading and public hearing of an ordinance that would authorize the chair or the chair's designee to execute a contract and any other necessary documents to effect a transaction on our Cougar Canyon outparcel with a potential buyer and offerer, which is the Keating family, without mentioning everyone's names. The contract would not be formally executed until it is authorized by the board through this ordinance procedure. It was continued twice at the request of the potential buyers to allow them additional time on their due diligence periods without having to go back and amend the contract that had already been offered to us. We agreed to do that, and that's what brings us here today on the contract. Unfortunately, the Keatings have been proceeding through their diligence investigation of the property, even without the contract being fully executed, and determined last week that they were not able to go forward with the purchase. Pursuant to the terms of that offer, that would be a contract if it were approved by the board. They do have the ability to cancel that offer and to withdraw from the contract pursuant to the terms of the offer if their diligence investigation reveals to them reasons why they cannot proceed to close and conclude the transaction on the property. So with the Keatings not being able to move forward, I would recommend to the board a motion to not accept this ordinance on second reading, and that will end this particular proceeding.
Okay, thank you, John. This will be a public hearing, but let's go to questions for John from the board. Greg. And then Steve.
So John, does this has nothing to do with then any other future contract after this one is, with the Keatings is closed? In other words, this is just closing that one out, so to speak. Is that right?
Right. This ordinance was to authorize a particular contract with particular buyers, and
okay, so
buyers are no longer available to close on the property or to pursue the transaction. So that's what we are closing out.
So if another buyer comes along, which I think may have happened already, we'll see another. We'll be going through this again with approving the new contract.
Yes, and that's the next item on the agenda, actually.
Right. Thanks.
Steve.
So John, is what we need to do to deny this ordinance? You said to not accept it. What is the specific term we need to use in our motion?
Either one will get the job done, Steve. This particular ordinance is an item of legislation as defined under our home rule charter, and you're not denying a request particularly. You're simply entertaining the adoption of this piece of legislation. So by not accepting it on second reading, the legislation dies. So if you want to phrase the motion to deny the ordinance, the effect is the same.
Okay. So I'll be glad to make a motion to deny the ordinance, authorizing the chair to execute the necessary documents to convey the Pickens County's Cougar Canyon out parcel.
I'll second that.
Okay, and before we move on, I believe this is still a public hearing, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for any comments on this ordinance and the board's direction. See no one calling in. We'll give it a little bit of time. Okay, 20 seconds, as long as you should wash your hands still in COVID days. I'll close the public hearing on this ordinance. We have a motion and a second on the table to deny it. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, board. And now we're moving on to the section of our agenda, individual consideration items and emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory readings. And so this is where we amended our agenda to add the Cougar Canyon emergency ordinance again, and I'll go ahead and read it. An emergency ordinance of the BOCC of Pickens County, Colorado, authorizing a contract with Howard Rubenstein to sell Pickens County's Cougar Canyon out parcel. So because this is emergency ordinance, this will function as first reading, and we will have a confirmatory reading and second and public hearing on the 24th. Is that correct, John? February 24th?
Well, we'll have the confirmatory reading, if it's acceptable to the board, on the next available meeting after appropriate publication. I'm not quite sure if it can be accomplished before the 24th. If it can, then we'll have it on the board's agenda on the 24th. If not, it'll be, what is the date in March? March 3rd. No, March 10th.
Okay. Okay, thank you. John, do you have anything you want to present on this?
Sure. As forecasted by Greg, this is the ordinance that would authorize a different contract to transact the same property, the Cougar Canyon out parcel, to a different buyer. Howard Rubenstein was a backup offerer who was waiting in the wings, so to speak, to see if the first offered contract would proceed to closing or not. In that it has not, the offer that he has extended to us is in a position to be accepted by us through the action of the board, which will authorize the execution of a contract to accept his offer and to proceed ultimately to a closing pending the satisfactory completion of a diligence period. The closing is set on his particular offer for 40 or 45 days out from the execution date, which would be today if this ordinance is approved by the board, with the contract providing for a purchase price of $880,000, which is the exact same purchase price that the Keatings had offered in the previous action for the prior contract or the prior offer to enter into a contract. The offer from the second buyer or potential buyer also does not contain a financing contingency, but more standard inspection periods and exercises for the potential buyer to examine the property and to make sure that he can move forward and close on that property. I'm recommending this action to the board. It is being brought to the board as an emergency ordinance so that we can affect the contract today and start the diligence periods and moving towards a closing. This particular potential buyer has been aware of the property for some time, has had some time to investigate it preliminarily, at least, while the other offer was still live from the Keatings. There's really no reason to delay it any further, and it's advisable to execute the contract sooner than later, so we can facilitate moving to a closing quicker. I think that covers all the parameters of this new offer, unless the board can think of any questions or needs any additional information.
Okay, thank you, John. Any questions for John on this? Okay, I'm seeing none. I will read the title of the ordinance and then look for a motion since I have it right in front of me. I'm looking for a motion on an emergency ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing a contract with Howard Rubenstein to sell Pitkin County's Cougar Canyon outparcel.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg. May I have a second, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye. I had a quick comment, Kelly.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just thinking previously when we were contemplating that this could happen, just thinking the board opted to just let the other, I think we extended for a couple weeks or something. So this could have happened sooner. I guess I just wanted to point out that this could have happened, maybe 2 or 3 weeks sooner. But we chose not to. Just wanted to point that out because if it comes up again, it just might allow us to streamline the process. That's all I'll say on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Greg. We've called the vote on that, so thanks, John Ely. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 12, an emergency resolution of the BOCC authorizing submittal of a grant application to the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs, Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Funds for the Roaring Fork Middle Mile Fiber Project, and if approved, authorizing acceptance of the grant. And Jeff Kruger, I believe, is here to present this to us.
Yeah.
Hi,
Good
Jeff.
afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon.
Let me see if I can get video on. There we go.
Hi.
Well, hey, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to present here today. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the telecommunications manager for Pitkin County. This is an emergency resolution to submit a grant for the Roaring Fork Broadband Middle Mile Fiber Project. The reason why it is an emergency resolution is because DOLA has allocated $60 million for broadband infrastructure throughout the state. There is no deadline, but there's heavy competition, and we need to get this in as soon as possible. If you recall, I presented, I believe it was January 26th in a work session, the details of the fiber project. Basically, the fiber project builds on a Holy Cross Energy fiber initiative to run fiber all the way up the valley from Glenwood Springs to Aspen. There's a partnership that was created that includes Pitkin County, the city of Aspen, the town of Snowmass Village, and the town of Basalt to expand on that fiber project, build what is going to be an 80 gigabit per second circuit going all the way from Glenwood Springs to Aspen, as well as build some extensions on that fiber, not only to support Pitkin County, but to support other municipalities within the region. The total grant application is for $1.6 million. DOLA is doing a 50-50 match. So this is an incredible opportunity really for everybody in the Roaring Fork region. So for $1.6 million, we require $800K in matching funds. Of that 1.6 million, 600K is allocated for Pitkin County. The 600K includes a fiber lease for the fiber going up the valley. So it includes a recurring cost over a 10-year period. It also includes a non-recurring cost for capital equipment as well as some construction. The recurring costs are roughly, if you look at the resolution itself, I've broken down all the numbers, but the recurring cost is roughly $14,000 per year. And to put that into a little perspective, that comes out to around $1,200 a month. And today we're paying over $5,000 for a 10G circuit from CenturyLink. So this just goes to show what an amazing opportunity this is. And that's for an 80G circuit, no less. So 8 times the capacity for about a fourth of the cost. The non-recurring costs for capital improvements are for some of the optical equipment as well as some of the network switches and the fiber installation. The construction will actually connect a number of Pitkin County facilities, including the River Park Center in Basalt. So it'll connect the Basalt Media Center. It will connect the new location for Pitkin County Public Health. It will connect the Mountain Family Health Center. It will also connect the Pitkin County Southside facility in Basalt. It will also connect and provide fiber for the first time to the landfill or the solid waste center. They're currently paying $1,200 a month for a 1.5 meg T1 line to the landfill. And this will provide just a huge fiber pipe, if you will, over to the landfill. They're not going to know what to do with all the bandwidth. It will also provide a public safety fiber connection to 2 of our sites, one being the town of Snowmass Village Town Hall, and the other being our Jackrabbit Communications site, which is at Sky Mountain Ranch. The funding for this, when last year we were looking to put in a new circuit to the Basalt Media Center, and we allocated funds for fiber lease to support that. So if you look at the resolution, the budgetary impact is that the recurring costs or the fiber lease are currently covered. Those are allocated this year. However, the non-recurring costs are not, and those amount to about $160K. And so we will need to do a supplemental, and I do plan to come before the board on a supplemental request for this on March 2nd for the first quarter of 21 supplemental requests. If you also look at the resolution, so as far as the strategic plan, this broadband hits almost everything in the strategic plan. There's hardly a single item that broadband doesn't cover. And so if you look on the resolution, it really shows almost everything within the strategic plan is covered. That kind of covers it in a nutshell. I'm certainly open to and will answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there questions for Jeff on this grant request? Greg.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Jeff. I'm certainly in favor of this. I think it's great, and I really appreciated when you articulated the cost savings just from the existing technology that we've been on, and how this can actually save money going forward. And it certainly helps that we see that it's actually getting more. This is an opportunity to make it more efficient economically, and I just wanted to make sure everyone heard that loud and clear. Thanks.
Okay, other questions or comments for Jeff? Okay, this is an emergency resolution, and when will this come to us for confirmatory reading? I'm looking to John Ely or John Peacock. Or Jeff, if you know.
I'm gonna have to look at, hold on just a sec.
We don't really need to set it for a specific date for the confirmatory reading at this time. It will be a noticed public hearing and a noticed item on the agenda. So we don't need to try to anticipate when it will be fully published.
Okay, thanks for that guidance. So with that, yeah, Greg?
I was just going to make a motion if you're ready, that we approve a emergency resolution authorizing submittal of a grant application to the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs, Energy, Mineral Impact Assistance Funds for the Roaring Fork Middle Mile Fiber Project, and authorizing acceptance of the grant, if approved.
Steve?
Second, and also I'd like to comment.
Please.
Good luck on this, Jeff. I hope we get the grant. It's awesome, all the different localities and enterprises and schools that will benefit from this. So I really hope we get it.
Great, thank you. All right, any other comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, best of luck, Jeff. Let us know if you need help or we can help in any way.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Okay, moving on to item 13, which we added to the agenda this morning. An emergency resolution of the BOCC of Pickens County, Colorado, authorizing submittal of a grant application to the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs Renewable and Clean Energy Challenge for a feasibility analysis of an integrated clean energy system throughout the Aspen Airport Business Center Energy Corridor, and if approved by DOLA, acceptance of the grant. And John, are you presenting this, John Peacock?
Yeah, I can kick it off. The board may recognize this resolution as it is a grant that we're previously awarded, that we have been working on in partnership with Holy Cross Energy in particular, and we had basically an error where we did not renew the contract in a timely manner. We had basically the project slowed down due to COVID. Our staff assigned to it also have been absorbed in the COVID response, and the Department of Local Affairs has worked with us to basically reapply for the grant dollars so we can renew the contract and keep the project moving forward. This will be for the same amount that we had anticipated in the budget and for expenditure this year. And so we're really doing the emergency resolution as part of that reapplication for the grant funds. And it would have a confirmatory reading on March 10th.
Thank you. Okay, questions for John about this grant? Okay, another exciting grant. And not seeing any questions or comments, can I look to the board for a motion? Yes, Steve.
So I'll make a motion. I don't have the exact wording, but a motion to approve the emergency resolution reapplying for the grant for the microgrid.
I'll second that.
Okay. And any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
All right. Okay, thanks, John. Moving on to our land use public hearings, and before we dive into these, I'm just going to propose to the board that we move through the first two land use items, then take a 10 or 15-minute break before we do the bear at the door application, as I think that will be the longer conversation this afternoon. Does that work for everyone? Yeah, okay, great. So the first land use public hearing is a request to continue to March 10th for the WSC Land LLC GMQS exemption for commercial development with insubstantial growth impacts, site plan, and site plan review. Hi, Suzanne.
Kelly and board, don't really have much to add. The applicant has requested a further continuance to address some of the issues that have been raised in comments that have been received. So just asking to continue again till the 10th of March.
Okay. Any questions for Suzanne on this? Steve?
Suzanne, just to refresh our memories, where is the WSC land located?
It's the Woody Creek Station, which is what everyone knows is the gas station at Aspen Village.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? I guess I have to open this up for public hearing. So let me open it for public hearing to see if anyone wants to comment on this application or continuation. I'm seeing no one. We'll give it a few seconds. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion to continue. Steve?
I'll move to continue this item until March 10th.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thanks, Suzanne. Nice to see you. Moving on to item number 14, a resolution approving JCH LLC subdivision detailed submission and final plat, activity envelope, and site plan. This is a second reading. We heard this, the first reading, a few weeks ago. And so I'll welcome staff Tammy Cochin and applicant representative Mitch Haas. So hi, Tammy. You're on mute. Tammy, you're still on mute.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me just pull up a plat here for you guys to look at to refresh your memory. So you did hear this about 2 weeks ago. The applicant, just quick recap, is JCH LLC. We're requesting to subdivide the parcel shown on the screen into 2 lots. The parcel currently contains about 21 acres, and they would subdivide directly in the middle of that parcel. In 2019, they did receive that GMQS allotment for the new lot for a new single-family residence. Also in 2019, the BOCC approved the subdivision conceptual submission. The bordering parcel to the south here would contain the existing single-family residence, while the new parcel, lot 16B, would contain the existing employee dwelling unit as well as a potential new single-family residence. Both of these lots would be served with the existing driveway. And I guess 2 weeks ago, we did discuss the two service roads that exist on the parcel, one being to the west of the parcel and the other being located more on the east side of the parcel. So this is the final step in the 5-step process. With this step, the applicant is requesting that activity envelope and site plan review approval. That's basically to reestablish some of the existing envelopes, but to also further refine them to include those service roads which we discussed last time, as well as approval for a site plan to basically also recognize those service roads, as well as the area where some buried water tanks for water augmentation will go in just to the west of the existing single-family residence. So the BOCC did approve this application on first reading by a vote of 5-0, subject to resolving mainly two items that were discussed. The first was basically redefining what it meant when we called out the limited avalanche mitigation maintenance envelope, as well as the limited construction and maintenance envelope. And those are those envelopes for each of those service roads. So staff has included an additional description on the terms of the use of those roads, and also required that that description be included on the recorded activity envelope and site plan. The second item that was discussed was the inclusion of a condition to obtain legal access. Steve Cal was pointed out that their avalanche mitigation service road crosses slightly into lot 15. So staff has provided a condition that the applicant either obtain an easement or adjust the lot line to resolve that issue. So those conditions can be found in conditions 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the resolution. So those were the two issues that were discussed, but I'm happy to go over anything else in this application. But I think I'll just leave it at that and let commissioners ask anything they'd like at this point.
Okay, any questions for Tammy before we go to the applicant? Okay, I'm seeing none. Hi, Mitch Haas, welcome. We did go over this thoroughly before, but do you have anything additional you'd like to present or to address any of the conditions Tammy raised?
Good afternoon. No, not really. I'm going to try to keep it real brief. You're going to hear from me plenty on the next item on the agenda. With this one, we've reviewed the language that Tammy's recommended at conditions 4, 5, 6, and 7. We have no issues with them. We're good to go on our side.
Okay, any questions from the board for Mitch? Steve?
On the issue of the access road to the avalanche mitigation structure, I remember it was mentioned that potentially the road could be moved to stay on the same property as one of the alternative solutions. I don't know if that is physically possible given the terrain there, but Mitch, are you familiar with that exact location? Would that be possible, or is the wording in that it's drafted a better solution to you?
I think we feel like the drafted language is the better solutions, two options there. You know, engineers will tell you anything can be done, but moving the road south over there would be difficult and require more vegetation removal and crossing more steep slopes. So the road's been there. We were hoping there was an easement in place with the lot line adjustment, and we thought there might have been, but we were unable to locate it. So we will work on either obtaining an easement or readjusting the lot line over there to put that piece back into this lot. And we figure those are the more practical solutions than moving the road.
Okay, any further questions for Mitch or Tammy? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Still don't see anyone having called in. We will give it a bit of time. This is the second reading on the resolution approving the JCH LLC subdivision, detailed submission and final plat, activity envelope, and site plan. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for any discussion or a motion. Greg?
I would just make a motion that we approve the JCH LLC detailed submission and final plat and activity envelope and site plan review.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mitch.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we, I know you're here for the next item as well. Thank you, Tammy, nice to see you. We are going to take, let's say, a 15-minute break until 2 o'clock, and then we will start up on item 15, or a resolution approving Barrett Door LLC amendment to development permit at that time. So see you all at 2 o'clock. Grassroots will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, February 10th. We are on item 15 on our agenda, the resolution approving the Barrett Door LLC amendment to development permit. Before we get started, I want to invite Commissioner Child to address everyone.
Thank you, Kelly. I am stepping aside as a commissioner on this item and going to be speaking at the public hearing as a member of the public. In the Home Rule Charter, it allows a commissioner to do this if they're a neighbor of an application. So since this was land that was formerly owned by my family that's in this application, that's the step I'm taking. So I'm going to blank my screen. I will be watching as if I'm watching on TV. During the public comment, I do have a brief statement I'd like to make, and maybe I'll raise my virtual hand on there so you can call on me, Kelly.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Does the board other commissioners have any question for Steve about his decision? No? Okay. All right, thank you, Steve. And with that, we'll go ahead and move into the review of this application, and I invite Leslie and Lamont to present to us on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. So, the Barrett Door LLC application before you is the second iteration of this proposal. The BOCC considered this proposal last March in 2020. After the BOCC meeting, the applicant, Barrett Door LLC, stepped back to refine the proposal. And based upon comments received from the Snowmass, Capitol Creek Caucus, and the Board of County Commissioners. This is a one-step review by the BOCC and via a resolution. The revisions were submitted last November, and they were again reviewed by the Caucus, Aspen Valley Land Trust, and Open Space and Trails Board. The current application proposes lot line adjustments and minor amendments to the previously approved plat. Activity envelope and site plan review is also requested. Unlike last year, there is not a request to extend vested rights. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the project, review the process, which I kind of already did, and the specific requests that are in the application. Mitch will introduce his team. Mitch is the applicant's representative, and he will introduce his team, and his team will do a much better job with their graphics than I have in diving deeper into the application for you. An affidavit of public notice has been submitted and found in compliance with our code. Even though this is not a new land use application, we wanted to cover all our bases and we required noticing again. So the applicant, Barrett Door LLC, bought lots 1 through 5 of the Capitol Creek Ranch in 2016. The histories of the approvals of the property are as follows, and I'm going to share my screen with you all. So in 2002, the BOCC approved, oops, that's too much, isn't it? That's too much? Too big a screen?
We can't see the full outline. That's better.
Does that look a little bit better?
Yep.
On my screen went huge, okay. So in 2002, the BOCC approved the Capitol Creek Ranch, 1041 hazard review, conceptual submission, scenic overlay review, special review, and GM2F. That approval included development of single-family dwelling units of up to 5,000 square feet of floor area on 7 newly created 35-plus acre parcels. It also allowed the use of TDRs to establish the development rights for 5 of the parcels. The approval was vested until September 25th, 2022. There was an 8th parcel that was created, and that was rezoned to rural and remote. And that was approximately 1,245 acres. This is an outline of the ranch, Capitol Creek Ranch. Here is Capitol Creek Road, and this is Nicholson Creek Road. The property is encumbered by a conservation easement to the benefit of Pitkin County Open Space and Trails, Aspen Valley, and Aspen Valley Land Trust. The county purchased the 740-acre South Conservation Easement in 2003 and the 740-acre North Conservation Easement in 2013. A total of 25 TDRs were issued to extinguish development rights on the rural and remote zoned portion of the property in conjunction with the acquisition of conservation easement. The BOCC approved amendments to that 2002 approval in 2013. Lot lines were revised and activity envelopes were defined. The square footage for agricultural buildings was amended. Caretaker dwelling units were approved, and the allowance to develop one 1,000 square foot cabin in the rural and remote portion of the property was eliminated. So this is a condensed version of the property. It would continue down to the bottom of the page here, but this is how in 2013 the lots were amended. So again, here's Capitol Creek Road, and this is Nicholson Creek Road, lot 1, 2, 3, lot 4, which is where the original ranching operation of the Child Ranch was, and this is all of lot 4, the majority of which is encumbered by conservation easement. Here's lot 5, lot 6, lot 7. So this was in 2013 where the lots were readjusted, and then activity envelopes were defined. So lot 1, 2, 3, 4, this is the primary activity envelope where there are 2 existing residences, and this is the agricultural activity envelope where existing agricultural buildings live. Lot 5, 6, and 7. In 2016, the Community Development Director, in an administrative decision approval, approved an amendment to the activity envelopes for lots 4 and 5, and it clustered them down further away from the road. So here's lot 4 activity envelopes, lot 5 activity envelopes, clustered together and further away from the road. It also amended the boundaries of lots 4, 5, and 5 to enable them to move further away from the road. And it also adjusted the property boundaries here. So the activity envelopes were moved and the property boundary was adjusted to accommodate moving those activity envelopes. In 2019, the conservation easement was amended and restated to reflect the amended activity envelopes and boundaries that were approved in this 2016 approval. The proposal that the BOCC considered in March of 2020 requested to relocate lot 2 to in between lots 4 and 5, to adjust the boundary so lot 1 could absorb lot 2, and to adjust the activity envelopes of lot 4 to accommodate lot 2. And in 2020, the applicant was also requesting to extend the vested rights of the entire approval. So this was what was proposed. Hang on. This was what was proposed in March of 2020. So this is the lot 1 activity envelope, and lot 1 was extended to absorb lot 2, which was moved over to here. This is still lot 3. This is lot 4, and the primary activity envelope and the ag activity envelope. This was the proposal for the new lot 2 and activity envelope for lot 2, and then lot 5. So today's proposal, now this is a poor graphic, and I know that the applicant has much better graphics than I do. These are their graphics, by the way. So today's proposal is still to relocate lot 2 over to close to and clustered with the original ranching hub of the ranch. Allow lot 1 to absorb lot 2, keeping the activity envelope the same. Lot 3 down here is proposed to remain the same. However, they want to just adjust the property boundary over a little bit. So when the access road is built and the utility corridors, they're not into a setback issue. So lot 2 is proposed to be moved in between lot 4 and lot 5. The difference, one of the big differences in today's proposal versus the previous proposal, you can see here's lot 2. Today's proposal pushes the primary residence of lot 2 and the agricultural building further to the east and tucks in behind where the existing agricultural buildings are. The proposal is also to rebuild the agricultural buildings in their similar location, as well as to build another residence on lot 5 with an accessory structure that is a garage, equipment storage, and a caretaker dwelling unit, and a small barn. So again, the applicant is seeking lot line adjustments to relocate lot 2, activity envelope review to define activity envelopes that are in a little bit different locations, as well as site plan review for the new barns on lot 4, the house and the agricultural structure on lot 2, and the house and the accessory structures on lot 5. The applicant in their site plan also better defined activity envelopes. When this property was originally approved with the definition of activity envelopes, the code didn't require all development to be within an envelope. So on the site plan, the applicant has called out access and utility corridor envelopes, the envelope around a new pond that is proposed for lot 4, and then various landscaping envelopes and other utility corridor envelopes that I'm sure the applicant will do a little deeper dive for you in their presentation. During my review, as you could probably see in the memo, I raised some concerns that the total acreage of the activity envelopes were not consistent with the sizes mandated in the 2013 BOCC approval and the conservation easement. Applicant took a finer point to the site plan, and they've adjusted a little bit the size of the activity envelopes, and as well, Open Space and ABLT staff have looked harder at the site plans for these 3 properties, and they feel comfortable that the landscaping that is proposed, as long as the landscaping follows the strict adherence to the Pitkin County Revegetation Guide, which mandates native species only, that they are comfortable with the level of landscaping that is proposed. And they will continue to work with the applicant as they amend the conservation easement to make sure that the landscaping occurs in a way that is consistent with the values of the conservation easement. So here is kind of a simple graphic of what everything will end up with as proposed. Lot 1, Lot 3 over here, which are both off Nicholson Creek Road. Lot 4 with the new pond, maintaining the existing residences, which are 2 buildings on Lot 4, a rebuild of the agricultural structures here on Lot 4. Lot 2 with the primary residence on Lot 2, the agricultural structure of Lot 2, and then Lot 5 with the second residence, the garage, equipment storage, CDU, and then the small barn. So staff recommends approval of the lot line adjustments and proposed activity envelopes, finding that the land area proposed for development of Lot 2 has already been disturbed. It's really around that ranching hub. Future development is clustered around the existing ranch buildings and ranch activities. The intensity and density of future development on Nicholson Creek Road is reduced by pulling Lot 2 off of Nicholson Creek Road. And, excuse me, Aspen Valley Land Trust and Open Space and Trails have found that relocating Lot 2 does not diminish the value of the conservation easement. Staff also recommends approval of the site plan review. So site plan review is occurring because the new agricultural structures on Lot 4, the new development on Lot 2, and new development on Lot 5. The location and the height of the buildings on Lot 2 are now tucked in behind where the agricultural buildings will be, and therefore the visibility of the new development is screened from Capitol Creek Road. The house is proposed a flat roof design with a maximum height of 28 feet. And on Lot 4, the new barns are going to replace where existing agricultural buildings are and meet our height limit for agricultural buildings, which are 20 feet tall. For Lot 5, the new development is taking advantage of some robust vegetation on this side of the property, and they're tucking it behind the vegetation and utilizing the topography. Previous approvals have limited the height of the residence on Lot 5 to 20 feet. The designed proposal for this house on Lot 5 is a flat roofed design at 28 feet. Staff is comfortable with recommending the 28-foot height limit. However, because it is a flat roof structure, we're recommending that no portion of the roof project above 28 feet. As well, the 28-foot flat roof building was presented to the Snowmass Creek Caucus, and the entire proposal was supported by the Snowmass Creek Caucus. So staff recommends approval of site plan for Lot 5, Lot 2, and the agricultural structures on Lot 4. If the 2 residences on Lot 4 were to be replaced, demolished and replaced, site plan review may be required for Lot 4. And if the vested rights were to expire for Lots 1 and 3 prior to development, site plan review may also be required as well. So as I said, the revised application is supported by the caucus and the neighbors. I think I included their referral comments in your packet. Open Space and Trails, Aspen Valley Land Trust also support the revised application and look forward to working with the applicant on amending the conservation easement, which is required because of the lot lines being adjusted and, excuse me, Lot 2 being added in the new location. Finally, I need to propose some amendments to the conditions of approval in the resolution. I'd like to beef up the language in number 8K, to change the language slightly to require a submittal of samples of all exterior colors and materials for the house, the roof, and the barns for review to ensure that the materials are earth tone. Concrete is the proposed material for a lot of the new buildings, and there are many shades of gray. So it would be good to see what exactly the color is that's being proposed to ensure that it is an earth tone color. I also want to add language recommended by Open Space and Trails that says the plant list is restricted to native plants listed in the Pitkin County Revegetation Guide. And I want to add that to condition number 3D, 8I, numbers 13 and 14. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just jotting down those notes, Leslie. So are there questions for Leslie at this time? We can also hold them and wait for the applicant's presentation, but I want to give everyone the opportunity to ask Leslie anything if it's fresh on your mind. Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie, and it's good to see the great graphic presentation. It makes it very clear. Thank you all, Mitch and the applicant for putting this together. I guess I've been reading a lot about ponds lately, and I just wanted to make sure, how are the approvals for this proposed pond? I understand there are about 10,000 illegal ponds over on the Arkansas basin, and I think our water commissioner would say we have a lot of illegal ponds over here too. So that was one of my questions. And the other one, I was just seeing that how all these lot lines have been adjusted. We've got driveways now that are crossing other people's property potentially if they're, I don't know who owns all these parcels, but if they were ever sold to others, do we have the easements are ready to go for this? Just what I'm noticing. Thanks for that.
Leslie, do you want to answer those? Or defer?
I'm going to let Suzanne talk about water rights and ponds if she can. This pond is will be constructed based upon CPW regulations to make sure that it's wildlife friendly. There's, if you noticed in the resolution, there's about 5 stipulations when it comes to filling a pond. With regard to the driveways, yes, these are separate lots. The property is owned by one entity currently. And so Nicholson Creek Road is a public road. So access to lot 1 and lot 3 would not be cut off if one lot was sold without the other lot. There is the existing access to lot 4, which is right off of Nicholson Creek Road. This driveway is being maintained, as well as, well, this would happen and it's on lot 2. So if the property were to be sold, there would have to be an easement on the plat. The plat would have to be amended to reflect that easement. If property was sold to ensure that there was access.
Okay, thanks. It sounded as if you mentioned the CPW permit, but I was looking for something from Water Authority, so I was just wondering if that's in place.
I can jump in a little bit, Greg. I mean, we do require permits on our end, earth moving permits to get a pond and go through all of that. We always ask people to provide us with their water rights for those ponds. But John Ely may need to jump in on the legal side of that. We request it, but I don't know that they're required to provide it to us because that falls under the state's jurisdiction for, the right to impound water in a pond. We do try and, cover that base when we are doing permitting for ponds.
Would you want me to speak to this now or wait?
Well, let's, John Ely, did you have anything to offer? You look like you could jump in.
No, Suzanne gave a pretty good recitation right there. If there are any other questions, I mean, foundationally, the county has the ability to control land use, which in this analysis is the digging of the hole, so to speak, the creating of the facility to hold water. But the state of Colorado has jurisdiction over the use, diversion, and development of water, and to utilize the hole, so to speak, that the county would permit, there needs to be a water right associated with for the use of that water. When the state engineer's office reviews that water right, they will ensure that the pond is capable of being drained, that its size reflects the water right associated with the property, and other items such as that. But there is a dual authority, as Suzanne mentioned, the county over the land use and the state over the water resource.
I have a follow-up question then. Can we condition this on the proof of the appropriate water right? You know, whether it be a wildlife water use or a fire mitigation pond or something like that?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask for clarification on that? Because of the location of the pond, excuse me, because of the location of the pond and there are surrounding wetlands there, the applicant is proposing to add a fire suppression tank on the site plan. This pond is not intended to be utilized for fire suppression.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Being chair and taking notes is tricky. Any further questions for Leslie at this point? No? Okay, I'll invite Mitch to present to the board on this application. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see all of you again. You know, it's been since the last item on the agenda that we've seen one another. But I want to thank Leslie for the thorough presentation and covering all the history and the details, because really we were going to focus more on the big picture of the proposal and, you know, the updates from last March, and not get so into the nuts and bolts and the conditions. So thank you for covering that. Makes my life a little bit easier now. We have a lot of people here. We have a big team that's worked on this project together. We're not all going to be presenting, so you'll be hearing today from myself and from Mike Albert with Design Workshop. Everyone else is just here to follow along and listen and, you know, cheer us on and fill in if needed for anything. One of the people listening in and watching is the applicant, our client, Mark Grosjean. I wanted to, before moving forward, just say it's, you know, Mark who's allowed us to bring you a project that we are really proud of, and we look forward to walking you through it. So I'd probably just jump right in with a little screen share, and as I go through, I'll try to address the questions that came up about the access and the ponds as well, in the context of how everything fits together. If I can do that, move a few files around, right? Big. And where's the slideshow button? Okay. Is everyone able to see that? What's happening here? There we go. Okay.
Looks good, Mitch.
There we go. So that's what you're looking at here is an aerial photo of the property, a beautiful shot. What you see, just to give you a little lay of the land, we explain what we're looking at and everything as we move forward. Out here, where I'm moving my cursor across, is Capitol Creek Road. This bend in the road here is known as the child curve. And we'll talk a little bit about this particular location along Child Curve where there's a pullout and quite a few people set up easels and use that area to paint and create art. So it's sort of an important piece of the lay of the land here. You'll notice this out here on the other side is Nicholson Creek Road. And these are the existing homes. We refer to this one as the 60s house and the 90s house. And then again, these are the agricultural buildings that Leslie was mentioning. This one right here is in the best shape of them and will be preserved, restored and preserved, stay in place. The only other thing really to point out here, you'll see this kind of swath through the sagebrush meadow. That's a 2-track access road, a ranch road, that we'll be talking about some as well, and the main ditch that runs through back here between the home and the ag buildings. There we go. So this is sort of a diagram of where things stand today based on the 2016 approvals of lot lines, activity envelopes, overview on the land. I guess the thing I'd point out here is sort of a continuity, if you will, of development that would spread kind of diagonally across the property in the northern portion of the land, with the two existing buildings being the white things you see. The big envelope for lot 4, the 2 acres split into 2 pieces, but envelope there, close proximity to the envelope on lot 5. And then you still had lots 1, 2, and 3 down here on Nicholson Creek Road. I think while I'm here, you'll notice under the envelope of lot 2, which is going to move, is a pretty natural piece of the ground with lots of vegetation, where there's actually mapped wetlands in this envelope now as well. This is the proposal that was brought forth in March. That received not the most favorable reception from the caucus or the county commissioners or staff for that matter. You'll notice the circular shape of the roads, the continued continuity of structures across the front edge portion of the property, and the siting of the main house, what we call the X house for obvious reasons, close to lot 5 and kind of off behind, not so much tucked in back here behind the ag structures. So with that March proposal, this is obviously a quick summary, not getting into the details of them, but a summary of the issues and concerns we had heard from staff, the BOCC, and the caucus. The first big concern was with scenic views from Capitol Creek Road, particularly that pullout area I just showed in the aerial photo. The location and siting of the X house, which was on top of a sort of high point, a little bit of a rocky outcropping of the land. The non-traditional driveway layouts, if you will, the circular patterns. The potential for that project to impact wetlands in a few locations. And there was a desire at the time to see story poles erected, which were erected and have since been moved to the new location for the X house and remain in place. So the current proposal, we tried to address all those concerns as best we could. We believe we've done so successfully in a way that preserves the conservation easement and the conservation values and scenic values that are the intent of that easement. I think we've done a better job of clustering the development in the form of a more traditional ranching compound and in only previously disturbed areas of the property. We think we've done a great job of reducing visual impacts, and I'll walk through all of these in a little more detail still, Mike and I will. We've removed the Lot 2 development from Nicholson Creek Road, avoided and eliminated wetlands, and we are going to do quite a bit of vegetation, landscape restoration work. And as Leslie mentioned, we are no longer requesting an extension of vested rights with this. So we've discussed the disturbed land a little bit. As you can see in the aerial photo, I mentioned this 2-track cut through the field of sage meadow, but generally you can tell there's a good mosaic of vegetation that spreads across this property, different types and communities of plants. But you can see this area I'm circling is all been disturbed by previous ranching activity, including this area down here where we're proposing the pond, and up around the existing homes through here. Again, with the main ditch flowing through here and another ditch through here. So it's really this circle of land has been disturbed, and that's where we're focusing development, is that circle, this pink outlined area, where we're also avoiding constraints. So the constraints present on the property largely are the steeper slopes are the red and orange shades, and some of the yellow are the steeper slopes. And the green is all delineated wetland areas, with the outlines around the green being 25-foot offsets from those delineated wetland areas. So you'll see they're kind of surrounding the areas, but we're staying off of all of those constraints and staying only within the disturbed portions of the property. I included this slide at the last second here, just to give you a bit of context here. Want to remind you the relative scale, of what we're talking about here. We're talking about all development in the 3 lots we're working on being up in this little area here, relative to the entire property, which is the entire area in gray. So what we've got there, I don't know why my screen's jumping around, is that we're focusing all of the development here on roughly 8 or 9 acres out of approximately 1,330 acres, or well below 1% of the land area and the property that Mark owns now, which is lots 1 through 5. I hadn't mentioned that. So with that, we'll move on to the current proposed plan. This you saw a little bit earlier. We've already begun doing a little bit of refining based on Leslie's recommendations. So the little landscape trails you were seeing before have been removed. Those are no longer part of it. We're still continuing to do little bits of refinement that we're confident will get done before recording anything. But looking at this slide, again, I want to mention that there's no development proposed right now on lots 1 or 3. No changes relative to them other than, as Leslie mentioned, straightening out this lot line so that when this access eventually gets developed, it's not within the front yard setback area where there's limitations on grade, because we know the slopes here require those kind of things to happen. So just adjusting the lot line to avoid a need for a variance down the road, and eliminating the lot 2 altogether, absorbing it into lot 1, and moving this development up into the ranch compound. The goal here was, and what we've done is followed the direction from Aspen Valley Land Trust and Picken County Open Space and Trails to leave the conservation easement area unaffected while forwarding the conservation values. What does that mean? Well, for instance, by moving this lot line, we're no longer have an activity envelope that sits in a wetland area, and that development would have necessitated effects and impacts to a wetland. We've taken effectively 1 of the 3, or 33% of all the development, off of Nicholson Creek Road, which is a small, narrow, dirt country road. And so not only have we avoided these wetland impacts, but previously the road access into the existing buildings here was going to need to be widened on both sides where there are wetlands immediately adjacent to the road. So we've avoided having to do that by providing a single access point that complies with county road driveway standards and fire department access requirements, where this driveway would just remain as is for emergency access only, or exiting of the property. So that no longer has to be widened. And the effect is staying within that disturbed area in a clustered ranch compound. So the result here, when we take a more real world look at it afterwards, since you're not on the ground ever going to see the activity envelopes or the lot lines, This is more like what the proposed plan falls on the ground after all is said and done. So what you see here is we've clustered all the development in the previously disturbed areas again, a traditional ranch compound. What you're right in the middle here, this is the preserved building that we're restoring and keeping inside the agricultural building, a little barn at number 7. This is a new little complex of smaller barns with a sort of agricultural auto or functional space out in front of them. And these are clustered together with the preserved 2 homes that are on lot 4 that will continue to stay there and be used for agricultural support purposes. And by doing this kind of clustering, it allowed for, like I said, one shared access off of Capitol Creek Road, where the new driveway is designed to county and fire department standards. So we no longer need to work with this more sensitive, tight area of road to widen or improve. The residential buildings, you see there's a new primary residence here at number 4 is on lot 2. It's near and clustered with the agricultural compound, the structures right above it. And then skip a little over to the other side, we have a new residence over here at number 1 on lot 5, and a small building adjacent to it. This building is a multi-purpose building. It includes a caretaker dwelling unit, a garage, and a small agricultural storage facility. What you see in between it is not a building, but just a kind of walled off fenced courtyard area that functions between the 2 buildings. Separate from those, you see down here the pond at number 10. The pond is purely for aesthetic and wildlife purposes. It will be built to CPW standards or specifications so that it will have wetland purposes and wildlife benefits. We are in the process of all water court filings to move things around to enable the storage in a pond. The idea and our plan all along is not to build the pond until those proceedings are finished and allow for that water right use. So that would be there. It is not envisioned at all as fire use. It sits in a place where we don't want fire trucks or emergency access to have to get to. It's out in the bottom portion of the property, closer to the non-disturbed, more conservation value portions of the property, which will help bring that value up into the property a little more with this pond. So instead, we've talked with the fire district and we'll be burying a water storage tank alongside the road and providing for a hydrant for their use, sufficient for all firefighting needs. The access drive, I'll talk about a little bit while we're here. We talked about the existing 2-track that was a disturbance through the sage meadow. That will be fully revegetated and restored and planted to make it go away. And we have a new intersection off of Capitol Creek Road. The new intersection is just a little bit over to the east in an area that today is already disturbed ground. It doesn't include any sagebrush as part of that meadow. It doesn't include any wetlands or any riparian type of vegetation. So we picked this location very carefully, 1, for those reasons, to avoid new impacts, 2, because as you can see, it's on a nice straightaway portion of the road and allows for good, safe sight distances for vehicles coming to and leaving the property. You come in off the road, we made care to make the bend and then have the entry gate for the property where you don't see it looking down the road from Capitol Creek Road. And then we come to a bridge over the ditch. The bridge has been designed to stay outside of the 25-foot offset from wetland areas and to avoid any new vegetation impacts. The road then continues down to join the existing 2-track alignment further into the property, so it has not to have to disturb new areas. And from here, The road forks. What we've done is carefully align the road to follow drainages and existing edge conditions. What does that mean? Well, this sage meadow has a nice, it stays full, uninterrupted, and it has a nice bit of topography that we worked with to tuck this road underneath the sage in the previously disturbed area, so that views from Capitol Creek Road, you're barely, if at all, noticing this dirt road, and stay along that edge in the disturbed area. Again, here we're following an edge or a drainage, if you will. This is the main ditch through the property. It's got quite a bit of vegetation alongside of it. We're able to stay right alongside that ditch and supplement that vegetation with more native species where it'll easily grow from the ditch water and help to screen the new driveway. You'll notice the new plantings also you see on this map. They're sort of a different color green that you see. Again, considering the acreage and the amount of land we're working with, the vegetation and the planting plan is really sensitive and quite sparse, but strategic. Again, we are sticking with native species only, and we'll verify that and make sure that everybody's satisfied at OST and AVLT on that accord. But really just strategic locations of clumps that look like natural groupings, where you get a clump here so that you're not seeing straight onto the new agricultural structures, alongside the ditch to help block the road, clumps again around strategic locations to help screen the structures and the new development. So again, I'll move on now just to sort of all the steps we've taken to reduce and address visual impacts or potential visual impacts. The primary residence on Lot 2 is now screened from view along Capitol Creek Road, which is the county's designated scenic roadway corridor here. We've situated it behind these ag buildings. For point of reference, this closest building here is a little more than 300 or so feet from the road. So this is a pretty good distance. Hard to tell at this scale, but that's a good 300 feet. Another point of reference is this existing ag structure that we're preserving. The peak height of the roof on it is taller than the height of all three of these structures. So everything is situated into the ground, in low heights, far from the road, and appropriately screened to make sure we're addressing concerns with views from the road. So not only is the house over here now situated behind the ag buildings as viewed from Capitol Creek Road, but previously it was sitting over in this area, which is sort of a high point in the topography on the property, and moved over to this area where it's behind these buildings and sits at a elevation that is some 16 to 20 feet lower than was previously contemplated. This was consistent with the concerns from our esteemed, nice, lovely next door neighbors, Steve and Molly, who were not at all happy with this location before. So the house has been moved further away in a lower location, consistent with the direction they had asked for. The story poles that remain out on the property sit at these two corners of the building. One here, whoops, what happened there? One here and one at the other corner here. They look like there are two different heights because that's just addressing the grade of the ground that the building sits on. Over in this corner is the taller of the poles, is 24, this building corner will be 24 feet, 10 inches above ground. And this corner will sit at only 15 feet 2 above ground, since we're working with and tucking into the topography and the grades of the site. So this one that's more visible from the road because of the ag, not being behind the ag buildings, again, is only 15 feet 2 inches above ground, where the height limit is 28 feet. The new development on Lot 5, where Leslie's supporting the height limit of 28 feet for this building, you know, it tucks behind. The whole site was purposely designed to keep this stand of vegetation here and tuck behind that and the topography. And this building sits some 800 or so feet away from Capitol Creek Road, so a real substantial distance. And we'll run you through some scenic view studies to show you that you will barely, if at all, be able to see this building. So as a result of the changes that I just walked through, I want to point out that, again, this important turnout where with the pullout, what we've done is open up a big, wide view corridor through the property where you'll still have sagebrush and then the pastoral agricultural feel of the grounds in the foreground, unobstructed, with the huge mountain views towards Haystack Mountain and the elks in the backdrop, unobstructed, while still achieving clustering in the disturbed agricultural land and a traditional ranching compound. So from here, I'm going to let Mike run you through the scenic studies, and then I will wrap up pretty quickly after that.
Thank you, Mitch. This is Mike Albert with Design Workshop. So this view is starting in the key plan in the lower right, the far eastern side of the property upon approach, coming up valley. So you can see the existing 90s house and the existing barn, which will be restored to the right-hand side. So clicking to the next image, the proposed vegetation that we are adding around those barns and along the roadway strategically tries to soften the views of any new proposed barns in that vicinity. Driving on along, we're coming towards the entry. As Mitch said, this is an existing clearing with wetlands and aspens generally to the left-hand side of this photograph, a little bit down valley, and to the right-hand side, the start of the sagebrush meadow. The proposed driveway, clicking to the proposed, meanders around and quickly tries to disappear behind existing vegetation. Supplemental aspen plantings are proposed to kind of narrow this down, and as Mitch mentioned, the gate strategically is placed behind the curve to have a softer, more modest approach to the property. Driving on along, we're here where the existing two-track cuts through the sage meadow, with the road being pulled off sooner and tucking behind the sagebrush. The after view shows how that would eventually be restored with sagebrush. The proposed barns on the left would be screened with additional aspen groves. There are existing groves right around this area. We're just latching onto those and supplementing that, bringing it across the internal driveway and acting as kind of a natural vegetated veil. Off in the middle of the image, you can see the proposed residence, which sits on the backside of that knoll. And then on the far right-hand side, the proposed barn on lot 5 that hugs the hillside, hugs the other ditch, and the vegetation that exists along that. The next is just driving a little bit more further down. You can see the historic barn to the left-hand side that will be preserved and restored, and the after view. Very similar, but you can start to see the driveway. The driveway was really developed from a couple of sources. One is just some wonderful kind of historical guidance from Steve Child, but also from walking the site. There's a drainage way that we want to rise up a little bit and stay out of. So this is what we feel is the best solution and takes a much more meandering and a country rural drive than the previous proposed plan. Next image is the pull-off and the after view starts to show the proposed main house. Again, it's been brought further to the left and down significantly to tuck behind that existing landform. The trees in which you see are proposed that would, again, create a veil that would look like a natural clustering there. The proposed residence on Lot 5 is virtually unseen because of the existing vegetation as well as the ones that will be proposed. And the final view, we'll play a little bit of Where's Waldo. Because of the existing vegetation, the after view starts to show the proposed residence from Lot 5, just tucking in behind those coniferous trees, which are planned to be saved and supplemented with additional aspens. So I just want to conclude by just saying that much of these changes have not only been made in collaboration we have enjoyed with Steve and Molly, but also very conscious, deliberate time out on the site. Landscape is probably the most important thing out here, spoken from a landscape architect. The landscape is not uniform. It is not a one-size-fits-all, and it really deserves an approach that is site-specific, that looks to the existing vegetation that is already out on the site and in these specific areas and builds upon it. This is not a proposal that is bringing in areas of bluegrass sod and colorful perennials. It is quite the opposite. It is very much retaining. So I just want to also say that it is our goal to reduce the sheer amount of area. You will see that the roadways really rise and fall and follow the landform, and we are really trying to listen to the land and allow that to guide the decisions that the driveway has made. This causes a very narrow path of disturbance that will then be restored towards the end of construction. This slide also just simply touches upon the various plant communities on site. We have the sagebrush, we have aspen areas, we have willow riparian areas. Just again, it is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and our plan seeks to reinforce that. The next image. I just want to conclude by saying these are 4 images, all from projects we've been fortunate to be a part of, but all that are in the Snowmass Creek or Capitol Creek Valley, trying to, again, listen to the type of landscape and vegetation and species that are really appropriate, whether that be in an arid meadow, whether that be along ditches or along pond areas. We have a great appreciation, as does our client, for this landscape, and it's been really a joy to work on something, a vision that is trying to create and restore and preserve all that is special on this property.
Thanks, Mike. So I'll close up pretty briefly here. Just wanted to reiterate, now that you've seen the plan and can walk through it, that we've done quite a bit to address those concerns, and that we believe we've achieved maintenance of the conservation easement and conservation values. We've clearly clustered the property and development in a traditional ranching compound form, sticking with just the disturbed pieces of the property and avoiding all constraints. We've done a great deal to reduce visual impacts. We've avoided wetlands. We've removed the development, third of the development from Nicholson Creek Road, and we will be restoring quite a bit of disturbed landscape in the process. With that, I'll say that I want to just thank Leslie for the direction she's provided, for a thorough review, and her willingness to work through what we think are, at this point, real limited scope of issues, and of course, her recommendation of support. Also wanted to thank Paul Holsinger at Open Space and Trails for all of his help and direction, as well as Dave Erickson of ABLT for his efforts, and of course, thank both of them for their recommended support as well. We are satisfied and happy with the staff recommendation and the proposed conditions of approval. We're not asking to change any of the conditions of approval. Really, the only small item left to deal with after today, which is sort of follow-up before we record plans, that we know of is just finalization of the landscape plan to Paul's and Dave's satisfaction, and we know we can easily get to that point. We've already begun working on those small changes needed. We know that all the landscaping needs to be native species only and put in clusters and groupings that appear natural that are natural in appearance. The main one there is along Nicholson Creek Road, and it's a small little thing that we know we can work through with them and not worried about it, and we'll get that done before we record any plans. Finally, I want to take the opportunity to thank Mark, our client and your applicant, for his willingness and desire to respond meaningfully to the concerns that staff, the neighbors, and the Snowcap Caucus had with the earlier proposal, and for wanting to be such a good steward of the land by embracing the scenic and conservation values of the property. It was Mark who allowed this plan to take shape in a way that brought about the enthusiastic and unanimous support of the immediate neighbors, Steve and Molly Child, as well as the entire Snowcap Caucus. That was the motion that passed at the Snowcap Caucus unanimously. The motion was for unanimous and enthusiastic support of this proposal. So we hope the BOCC sees fit to be as supportive of the project today as everyone else has been to this point. I want to thank you for hearing us out, and as always, we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mitch. So I'll just lay out how we'll proceed going forward, because I realize this might be Francie's sort of first very significant land use application review. So what we'll do now is ask questions of the applicant, and if we need clarification from staff, then I will open the public hearing to so we can all benefit from public comment on this application. I'll close the public hearing and we'll bring it back to the board for our own discussion, and we can raise and debate on any concerns we may have about it. And then at that point, we'll deal if there's additional amendments to the resolution that we need to make, and we'll have a motion and close out the hearing. And from how this has been noticed, Leslie, I understand this is a single reading. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah. So at this time, I'll turn to Greg and Francie for questions for the applicant. Greg, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hey, I really like the presentation. I'm appreciating it. It's very clear, and I'm looking at that aerial view, the one you opened with, and I was wondering, you haven't created a mock-up on that with that view, have you? I keep looking, trying to figure out, okay, where would it go on that view? But I think I can understand it, and I have to say, I think this is greatly improved from the previous application, and I can see why resistance has melted away from the people who had comments about it. So I have to say, I appreciate what I'm seeing. The only question I have right now, one is if you had a view of it from that aerial, that high elevation aerial view, with the actual improvements on it. But that's not so important. The thing that I was concerned about is just, I understand that re-vegging with sagebrush is really hard. And because I'd love to do some on my property, and I just keep thinking, boy, I just only hear that it's almost impossible to get sagebrush to re-veg, and just wanted to hear your thoughts on that. And if it doesn't go as well as we hope, I still think it's a nice project, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thanks.
Greg, thank you for, if you'd like me to respond, thank you for your question.
Go ahead, please.
So sagebrush is difficult. And nurseries do not really grow large specimens of it. And the second thing is transplanting is really not a viable option. So what we have done in the past, and what we're doing one over in Vail right now, we are buying ideally 5-gallon sagebrush, and we're planting them about 30 inches on center. So they just start their process of growing. If any of you have been at the Natural History Museum of Utah over in Salt Lake City, all of that was sagebrush that was restored in there, and it's now been 10 years, but about 5 years into that, it was really looking quite wonderful. So that would be our approach.
Yeah, I love that aerial photograph too, Greg. And I thought about, you know, what does it look like if we circle areas? And I don't know, we never did model the development onto that aerial. I'm happy if you want to put on the aerial and point out where things are, because I've stared at it for long enough that I know. And as far as the sagebrush goes, yeah, I mean, we're in as good a hands as you can be with Mike and Design Workshop, and they've got as much experience as anyone working with that. So I'm confident we'll make that work. If you'd like, I can point out on that aerial photo quick. Go back to doing this.
If you can do it quickly, why not? Yeah, if you have the opportunity, I just think it might be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, let me see if I can. Where's the easier way for me to pull that up? Well, maybe I can't do it. Okay, here we go. Scrolling back. There we go. So, you know, like we said, these two buildings stay where they are. This building stays where it is. So the new agricultural buildings are sitting right in this area, those three little buildings, right around here. There you go. We go straight back from those to the X house will sit more or less right in here. Yeah. If I got that right.
Close.
There we go.
Yep.
There you are. Yep, that's it.
The road, here, I'll draw in the road for you.
We are lucky. Mike's a wizard with the graphics.
I've done a few of these over the last year, let's just say.
Very helpful. Very helpful. Thanks.
You bet. You bet. And then right about here, this is where this road comes around. We have a barn that situates right in this vicinity. And then we thread the needle in between that Gamble Oak, and then we wrap around. There's one building here and one building back there. And then this connects over, comes back over in this vicinity, and there is an ag barn right over here. I think the X is actually a little bit more right in there, but hopefully that gives you a sense.
And can you show us the pond? And also, I'd love just to see, is that Steve's house over on the far right?
Correct. That's Steve's house up there, right up in here.
Very helpful. Thank you. This is great.
You bet.
Okay, Francie, you have questions. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, that was an incredible presentation. It looks like you guys have done a tremendous amount of work to make this as palatable as possible to the local environment. My concerns are the two lots that don't yet have any plans to be built on, but sounds like they could. And I'm just wondering what kinds of maybe nascent plans there are about those two lots.
At this point, we've been a lot to work with here, and that's where all of the focus has been. Those two lots, we just haven't been able to start wrapping our heads around. Back in the March proposal, there was going to be, there was thoughts of a solar array in one of those envelopes. The Aspen Valley Land Trust and Open Space and Trails were not very happy with that idea, so it's just been scrapped. And so for right now, those two lots are just sitting there. They remain with vested rights until September of 2022. And really, we haven't gotten to them. We're just gonna hopefully get around to them in the next year or two. But for now—
Could you show me where they are on this map? Because that was so helpful to sort of
I can try, Mitch.
Oh, I'm sorry, am I going back to, where'd it go? There?
There.
What I'm looking for? There you go.
There, Francie?
I cursor, it's tiny. Can you move it a little bit so I can see if that's what I'm seeing? I'm not seeing it.
So lot 1 is out in here, and lot 2.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
Down there.
There's the other one?
Or lot 3, I should say. That's lot 3, actually. Two is.
Oh, my bad. 3.
So the numbering is a little off. Open space, ABLTS does not to revise all the numbering just for consistency's sake with the conservation easement. So
on this one, it's 1 and 2 that can still be developed in this picture we're looking at now?
No, it's actually 1 and 3. 2 was over here.
Oh, that's right, and you moved it, right,
And
okay.
now it's this.
Yeah, right, okay, which was cool, really nice. And so where's 3 or 2 but the same locations? Those locations.
We nothing changed other than this piece of the lot line just moved over a bit. It cut at a different angle before.
Okay. Okay, and so this proposal then would be completely separate from any future plans on lots 1 and 3?
Correct. Yeah, lots 1 and 3 were just punting, for lack of a better way to put it. Not dealing with those at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a handful of questions. Greg, did you want to jump in with something?
Oh, only that, regarding open space and ABLT not appreciating solar farms, it made me wonder, well, the question will come up at some point about energy, and I don't expect you to address it now, but I'm just wondering if they just killed solar as a potential on the site, and I'm hoping that they haven't.
No, not at all. They just didn't like the location of it at that point.
Got it. Okay, so, I'm fine with that. Thanks.
Yeah.
And I guess that'll lead me into one of my questions. So I note, the building still retains solar readiness as required by our building code. So I'm just looking for confirmation of that. But I do have a question regarding the height for, I think, building 5, right? Or the main building on lot 5. At 28 feet, does that include height to accommodate solar readiness or any other mechanicals, or is there an additional height provision for those?
It fully includes that, no additional height for anything.
Okay.
That is all on the surface and already accounted for.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Thanks. My notes are a little scattered, so I might be jumping around the site a little bit. Excuse me for that. But regarding lot 1, is there any future, is there any prohibition on a future subdivision of lot 1? Since you're sort of absorbing more acreage into it, does the original approvals and conservation easement prohibit any future attempt to subdivide that and have an 8th lot, I guess? I don't know.
I believe the existing approvals and conservation easement already prohibit additional lots. For further subdivision, just lot line adjustments are allowed to happen like this.
Okay, that's helpful.
And if not, that's not a problem. We have no intention of doing that. This is all staying in one ownership. I know everybody says that, and eventually things change, but the intention here is all one ownership and not to do anything more with it.
Well, and I get that. And it does lead me to another question because, each main building has an accessory ag building with it. So to me, that shows maybe a potential interest in selling those off, because then each sale would include the main structure and the accessory structure with it. So I guess I'm wondering what the intent of those ag buildings on lots 2 and 5 are, rather than just using everything on lot 4.
Really, it's just to have smaller facilities spread out so you're not always having to go back to other buildings or having to have a massive structure anywhere. All of those are quite small.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's funny you point that out now, and I see what you're saying, but no, it's never been thought of as we need one on each lot for for individual use purposes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and does the square footage on the ag buildings get included in the square footage limitations for each lot, or are those additional square footages?
There are set residential and agricultural limitations on each lot, and these are all within or below those limitations. Everything is.
Okay.
Particularly the residential, for instance, each of the residential units is allowed 5,000 square feet above grade, a 750 square foot garage, and 4,000 below. So for instance, the house on lot 5 has no subgrade space. The house on lot 2 has not, roughly just over half of the allowed subgrade space. The garage is not 750, so it's really been designed for the intended use, not just to maximize things.
Sure. Thanks, Mitch. Francie, did you have a question related to that? Go ahead.
I think it's related to it, but if you want to finish yours first, you can come back to me.
Oh, okay. I do have a, let me see. Again, I'm jumping around, so I do have a few more. With regards to, does there need to be an activity envelope for the pond?
There is. It's drawn on the more technical plan where there's a million lines all over it, but it's labeled as a temporary activity envelope for construction of pond and then restoration of landscape afterwards. So the idea being you go in, you build the pond, you put in the vegetation, you do the grading associated with the building of the pond, and then the envelope goes away. Okay.
And then I think my questions might be for Leslie, because when we opened the meeting, it sounded like there was, the conversation had moved a bit to resolve some concerns that open space had raised. And so I just want to confirm if that's the case, including the concern about having too much developed acreage outside of what they thought the intent of the original conservation easement was. And then I know in the OST comments that they recommend more legal analysis to confirm the conformance with the easement. Is there a element in the resolution that addresses that?
So because the lot lines are being adjusted and activity envelopes are being redefined, the conservation easement needs to be amended. And that's something that is done by both ADLT board and the open space board. So when I raised the concern about the activity envelopes and the amount of activity envelopes and their sizes, we talked, Dave and Paul Holsinger and I kind of talked back and forth. They looked harder at the plan and felt that the landscaping as proposed was fine. The original approval defined activity envelopes and agricultural envelopes. But what the code didn't require at the time was that all disturbance on the property, including access, including the pond, including the construction of the pond, utility corridors, things like that, the code at the time didn't require that to be considered in envelopes. So what this applicant has done with his team is they've identified all disturbance on the property and put envelopes around them. So as I said in the reso, obviously access to the property and driveways in between the properties are appropriate to be in envelopes. I just raised the question about the amount of landscaping in the access envelopes, and there were some other landscaping envelopes that I thought I questioned whether it was consistent with the conservation easement. Paul and Dave have taken a hard look at that, and they think that if, again, using the Pickens County Revegetation Guide helps with that, and they don't have a problem with the amount of landscaping. Mitch did mention at the end of his presentation that there was a landscape envelope along Nicholson Creek Road that all of us raised a question about, and that is what Paul and Dave and Mitch and Mike, I'm sure, will continue to work on to try and clump the landscaping there and not make it so linear. Again, we just want to make sure that it's consistent with the values of the conservation easement. So I would say in a roundabout fashion that we're all getting on the same page with that. And we have the opportunity with the requirement to amend the conservation easement to nail that down.
Sure. And you offered that in the amendments that you would like to see to this when we first started. Do we need to include something about the Nicholson Creek area? Maybe can you think about that, and when we come back with commissioner discussion, we can resolve it. And let me just see if I've answered all my questions. Thanks, really quick. Okay. Francie, did you have more questions before we go to the public hearing?
Yeah, I have a couple of them. Like, we talked about agricultural buildings. Are there going to be any agricultural activities? Because it seemed like I didn't see them in the presentation. I might have missed it. That was one question.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is just to continue a more traditional ranching operation on the property.
Okay, and so the buildings will be associated with that, the agricultural buildings, and they'll be redone. Okay, and then I think Leslie said there were 25 TDRs associated with the 1,200 acres, I think it was, that went into conservation easement. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what the number is.
I guess I was just wondering, so all of those TDRs are still existing separately and none of them are being used on this property?
The development rights, the initial development rights for these properties, not lot 4, but lots 1, 2, 3, and 5, are from those TDRs, and they remain with this applicant for use for this development. Yeah, all the other TDRs that were associated with the property belong to the Childs family, and my understanding is they've all been sold and used at this point elsewhere.
Okay, I get that. And then with Greg, I was a little wondering about the solar also. So I know that the building codes are pretty strict and stuff, but was it just a visual thing that Open Space and Trails was objecting to the location of the solar on this property, or it seemed like a really kind of creative use of one of those lots, I thought, to have a, but it, is it?
If I could,
yeah,
may I answer a question? So it was an idea that was floated right when the applicant's team over a year ago was meeting with ABLT and Open Space and Trails, and I don't think the size was pinned down, but what they objected to, I guess, former Lot 2, there is some pretty robust native vegetation on the property, and there's some wetlands. And they were concerned that installation of a fairly large solar array or farm would really impact the native vegetation on that property.
Okay. Just one last question, because some of the slides didn't come up for me. I had to exit and come back to catch up with slides. What is the square footage in the X house?
The X house, Leslie, do you have those numbers handy? The X house is, I want to say, right at the 5,000 square feet.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And the subgrade is like 2,200 square feet, if that.
Okay. Thank you, Mitch.
It's just below the limits of the approval.
Okay.
Yeah, we left over quite a bit of the subgrade area.
Yeah.
Okay. I will go ahead then and turn us to the public hearing on this matter. We'll open this for public hearing for the resolution approving Barrett Door LLC Amendment to Development Permit. And I know Steve is here to comment, and Tomas here is related to the applicant team. So if any members of the public who are watching would like to call in and comment on the Barrett Door, now is the time, please. And Steve, since we know you are here and desire to comment, please go ahead. Did we lose him? Yep.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. And I'd like to thank Mitch and Mike for your terrific presentation today. I want to say that the changes that Mike and Mark Grochon made to the original plan have really been terrific and made this a much better project. Any concerns that caucus members had or that Molly and I had about the plan have really been answered by the changes. And I really want to thank Mark Grochon because he had his heart set on having the X house in a certain location, and he moved it to lower ground, which makes it much less visible from Capitol Creek Road, and it actually makes the design to meet the land use code provisions about scenic view, taking it off the high point of that lot and putting it to a lower location. To answer some of the questions that people had, first of all, lots 1 and 3, Francie, are exactly like my family set them up in 2002. No changes have been made, so what is on the map is what we proposed all those years ago. Moving lot 2 to a different location is really a good idea because of lot 2, where it used to be, one of my brothers had picked that spot. The new location is much better, and I agree that it really improves the things along the Nicholson Creek Road. In terms of the solar sites, the solar site that had been proposed on lot 2 was really not a good location for a solar site. There are some good sites on lots 1 and 3 and 4. When I led a site visit with members of the caucus around the property, we looked at one of those and they felt like it would be a good location. So we hope that sometime in the future that Mark will come back and want to do an on the ground kind of a solar installation. It probably would be in association with a house at lot 3 or lot 1 when development is taking place there. Let's see, just to correct a couple of things, Leslie had a slide that mislabeled. The Green Meadow ditch was labeled as the Sandy ditch. That isn't in the application, but it was Leslie's slide, I think. And I just want to make sure that that doesn't carry over into other documents, that the Sandy ditch is way farther up on the ranch, and it's the neighbor's Green Meadow ditch there. And then just to reiterate, working with Mark and Mike on the location of the driveways going in there and on the location of the houses was really a pleasure working with them, and I'm really glad we compromised on some things. I accepted some things that I didn't think were right, and they accepted some things that initially I don't think they wanted, but the plan they have come up with, I think, is an outstanding plan. The caucus approved it 100%. Everybody likes it. This is a good plan, and I urge the commissioners to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'm not seeing anyone else having called in. I see Michael Kinsley with his hand up. Would you like to go ahead?
Just a quick note, to be clear, the OST board did not take a position about solar on this property. There were mixed thoughts about it from various board members. I, in particular, wanted to make sure that the OST board did not do anything to discourage some future proposal for solar.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Don't see any other hands up or any other folks calling in. Gone. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and then bring it back to our board for discussion. So I'll say we have a proposal from Leslie on some amendments. She's asked for us to add a requirement that the applicants submit samples of all exterior finishes for review and approval. She additionally asked that we add language related to the planting list being restricted to the native plant lists in Pickens County's plant vegetation guidelines. I'm not sure if I got that specific name right, but I trust Leslie to get the accurate language into the reso. And I want to see how the board feels about those and if there's other points of discussion for us to have. I have something I want to bring up. So go ahead, Greg.
I'm okay with what I've heard and from Leslie, and I'm ready to move ahead. I'll wait for other comments before I make a motion, but
thank you.
I'll second one if someone else makes it.
Okay. Francie, do you have any additional comments?
I don't, especially with Steve's endorsement. I feel pretty good about this.
Okay. So I'll raise my concern. I continue to have some concern about the pond. You know, our board and prior boards have taken a position against aesthetic and pescatorial use, and it's just unclear to me, you know, what water right is going to be applied for this pond. And so I'm struggling to approve an aesthetic and pescatorial use on a property where we have litigated those uses on other properties in the county. And I want us to keep that in mind and see if we can be very clear about, you know, excluding that use for this pond. I think there's other water rights that would make the pond, you know, eligible to be built, but I also probably have to look to John Ely about what we are able to do here. If the other board members would agree with me that aesthetic and pescatorial use is not an appropriate use for the pond. So John, and then we'll go to Mitch.
Well, as I said before, Kelly, and it sounds like you've certainly appreciated that, the way you're phrasing your comment now. The county does have a land use jurisdiction, which is to say the excavation activity and the creation of a pond, which is typically referred to as a facility for a water right allocation or for usage or storage. And the board, quite frankly, does not have to approve the permitted ability to construct the pond if you don't want to. And of course, Kelly, you've highlighted an issue for the Division Engineer's Office, the state body that administers water rights in the state, that the Division Engineer's Office has over the proliferation of ponds, in that in the large part, the water that is captured and stored is lost to evaporation and is removed effectively from the drainage system, the river and stream system from which it is diverted. So, you know, to restrict your ability, to restrict the property owner's ability to create a pond is certainly within the province of the Board of County Commissioners, and can consider it as such, not so much as a improper allocation of water or an improper decreed use of the water, but simply an improper land use. the board can discriminate if, for example, the use of the pond structures for firefighting purposes, then the board can ensure that also that the pond is constructed in a way that will facilitate that use. In other words, that it's deep enough not to freeze all the way solid, that there is sufficient plumbing or piping that is installed with the creation of the pond, so that if someone, firefighter shows up with a pump truck, they can hook up to a hydrant and utilize the stored water to the extent that it's not frozen or is present in the pond. Those types of things. The water right then has to be decreed through the water court and has to go through a review from with the state division engineer's office. So to condition the construction of a pond for the purpose of firefighting, or whether it's wildfire or structural fire, and that the pond be constructed only after a decreed water right for that purpose has been obtained, and the pond be constructed in a way that will accomplish that purpose. Those are conditions that the board can legally impose on the development approval. The board has the full range of alternatives to it, from something like that, or to not addressing anything at all and simply approving it, or denying it outright as something that's inappropriate and not permitted. Any of those types of actions are within the discretion of the board based upon the circumstances of the application that are before you.
Thanks, John.
Does that help?
Yeah, it helps me. Mitch, I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to the concern.
Yeah, thank you. So we want to be clear that the intention for this pond is not for firefighting, because we don't want firefighting access across into that portion of the property. But the intention here is for wildlife beneficial use and water storage. So it's been designed according, we have a ecological report we submitted from an ecologist that recommended all kinds of design uses and ways to design the pond so that it would be beneficial to wildlife. And that's the way it's been designed. And we are fine with a condition that our water rights for the pond, including evaporative losses and all of that, have been addressed before it can be constructed or a permit can be pulled for it. We do not intend to stock this pond with fish. So I'm not 100% sure what pescatorial means, but usually that means fish to me. So the intention is not for fishing or to stock it. It's wildlife benefit and water storage. And again, we are following all the proper procedures for the water rights to be adjudicated fully for this use, and addressing everything from evaporative to where the water comes from, where it returns to, et cetera.
So I'll just ask, what is the water being stored for?
I don't know if Mike wants to answer that better than me or not, but it's just really being stored mostly for the wildlife beneficial use, not to pull it out of there for irrigation. The wildlife beneficial use, and in a way of addressing how that ditch that runs alongside of it functions, that drainage channel functions. It kind of attaches to a drainage right now, is the way it's been designed.
So the drainage runs into the pond?
It kind of runs alongside of it, yeah. Like in and back out. The pond is touching it, if that's, and the grading will work with that.
Okay. I continue to have concerns. Let me check in with our other board members here. I could be alone in the wind on this. But
well,
I just
actually,
think
Kelly,
taking a broader
appreciate you
view
bringing it
of,
up.
you know, how we use water and positions we've taken as a county before should be considered. Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
I appreciate that you brought it up. It's good to think about this. I guess my concern is if a wildfire did break out somewhere in the vicinity, and the firefighters came and they had the opportunity to use the pond, my guess is you'd want them to if it was protecting property and buildings and livestock. And so I don't understand why it wouldn't have that use, and it would certainly make it easier to approve, be in favor of something if it actually had a function like that. And my guess is, in practical terms, if, for instance, there was a big drought and a big fire in there and that water was sitting there, my guess is somebody'd be using it. Just in, in an emergency. I think that the value of what's been done here and the way they've done it, I'm still kind of leaning toward approval, but I have questions as well about the pond. I'm not sure which way to move on it here. I guess I'm leaning toward, I appreciate having a water resource that wildlife would use, and if it it's an aesthetic thing, certainly. And I'm leaning toward being okay with that, but I'd love to hear what Francie says.
Francie, go ahead.
I go?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so Kelly, you're not alone. I totally agree with you. I was going to bring it up, but then Greg did. So I have mixed feelings about ponds when there's sufficient water rights to accommodate them, and I guess the biggest concern is making sure that the water that the pond is constructed in a way that the water is not absorbed and that it's returned to the watershed, so that it's an in and out situation. And I'm hoping that our regulations around the construction of a pond would ensure that water was conserved to the maximum extent it could be. It doesn't look, I can't quite tell how big it is. It looks like it's the size of the big house, approximately. So I think evaporative loss would not be excessive. So I'm kind of with Greg. I think the project has come a long way, and it's pretty impressive, and there have been so many things taken into consideration. I have to agree with you, though, Kelly, that with all the work they've done on what kind of vegetation they can plant and how it has to be planted and how everything needs to look, that a pond is a little bit discordant in the midst of all that discussion about keeping the land exactly, or as close to exactly as it is as they can.
So, yeah.
Maybe if I could interject.
If you have a creative
Francie,
solution to resolve this, John Ely, that would be great.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but to respond to your comment, Francie, about regulations that the county might have in place concerning the most sensible or conservation based way to utilize water, that is the type of thing that's outside of our jurisdiction. The water right is allocated and decreed by the state and administered through the state. What we are in a position is to control whether or not the vessel exists, whether or not there is a way to exercise that water right. It's, like I said before, there's a dual element to a pond. There is a land use element and there's a water right element, and we are strictly responsible for and deal with just the land use element, whether or not there is a hole in the ground that will become a pond with the addition of water. So that's the limit of what we're doing. If the pond causes consternation, like I said before, you don't have to approve, or you can approve with conditions or qualifications the construction of a pond. If the utilization of water in this manner is not an issue, then you can simply approve the pond. The filling of the pond, the use of the water that's in the pond, all of that is within the purview of the state and will be determined in the adjudication of the water right.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think, Kelly, that the one thing we could look at is approving this with some kind of contingency about the pond so that they can move forward at this point with their other plans and come back to us later perhaps with for approval and the hole in the ground where the water might end up.
Thank you. And I see Mike wants to offer some insight. If you'd like to go ahead, Mike.
Sure. Thank you all for the comments. I just thought I would respond to a couple of questions that's come up. I mean, the pond was strategically located where it's shown for a number of reasons. The vegetation that surrounds it, the natural valley that is in that area, the existing vegetation, the topography, all of those things. If we were to flash back up the aerial, you will see that there is a natural greener, moister area. And so I want to reiterate that has been thoughtfully considered. It avoids all things which, if we were to submit to Suzanne, Tammy, Leslie, an application that did not have to be presented to the BOCC and just went straight for activity envelope and site plan, it adheres to everything that is in the code. We avoid steep slopes. We are outside of the wetlands. We're not in geologic hazards. We're following all of that. So it sort of perplexes me a little bit because we have several applications in where there's ponds in the middle of an ag field, and so this, I feel, does add value. We've had outside consultants say it will. We have the support for its purpose, for its intended use. So I just wanted to share that.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. I guess for me, I would, support the pond on the condition that, proof of the water right excludes the reliance on an aesthetic or pescatorial water right. And I don't know how to word that properly for the resolution, or if my other commissioners would agree, because again, broadly from the commissioner's view, we have taken a position against that type of use exclusively on other properties in the county. So for example, there could be a pond in an ag field that's being used for ag, and we wouldn't oppose that, and the water right is related to ag use, and we wouldn't oppose that. The position that we've taken has been, just against water for the use of making a landscape look beautiful. And so I want to be consistent with, those positions that we've taken more broadly in when we look at individual applications. So, that's why I'm trying to sort of raise that here. So I don't know if my other commissioners would support the inclusion of that condition. It sounds like, based on what Johnny Lee said, we can approve the pond with conditions, and so that would be the condition that I would offer, and I would sort of look for some help in what the proper wording for that would be if the other commissioners would support it. Greg and then Francie.
I'll wait for Francie. I'm open to that though. Sure.
Okay.
You have more to say, Francie.
I'm just wondering if just one little thing about the pond is I'm hoping it wouldn't drain the surrounding wetlands, and that's not the part of the intent of it. Is to I'm hoping it's designed to enhance them. You said there were natural wetlands in there. So you can answer that in just a second, but I do want to say to Kelly, I think once they answer that question, I'm probably okay with just a general approval, honestly. I've been pretty convinced by these guys. But if you could word it just right, Kelly, we'll see how it goes. We're in a weird position here because there's just the three of us. So we all have to agree on the same thing. But so given that, I would like to be really clear about what is if we approve this, what happens next? Is it a go-ahead? Does it fly? Do they bring in the bulldozers?
Yeah, so this is a single reading, so we don't see this again to revisit these issues once we adopt their resolution today.
And then it goes to the other departments, or does it go into construction?
I'll let Leslie jump in.
So I think, I'm not sure, but I think the amendments to the conservation easement have to be approved by the BOCC. Next steps in this, if the board approves this project, this application, is they have to work with AVLT and OST to amend the conservation easement. They then work on an amendment to the plat and activity envelopes. And those are reviewed by staff, and then they are recorded. Then the applicant takes this resolution is recorded, and the applicant takes all those recorded documents and submits for his building permit, or access permit, or earth moving permit, whichever they want to do first.
Okay, so other than approving the activity, those activity changes, we give our approval today, it's pretty much a go.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just needed that clarification. And then just the quick thing about draining the wetlands.
Making sure I was not on mute. Frankly, there's no intent of that. And the wetlands go on the northern side of this, and all the grading and the pond resides outside of the wetland setbacks. So, I mean, there's no intent of that.
Yeah, and furthermore, designing the pond to CPW requirements includes the creation of shallow areas where a new wetlands will form.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Greg.
I remember, I keep thinking about the fire and the water storage and all that, and it just seems kind of funny that the pond isn't part of any of that. But you did mention putting in tanks, water tanks, and that hasn't been part of the conversation here, has it? Did I miss something about water tanks, water storage tanks being put in, and are we going to see that in the future, or is this just, I realize, it was mentioned and I don't know where it went.
Yeah, the only reason we haven't wanted to use this pond for fire purposes, we didn't want a road going to it, because we would have to leave a road there for that, for them to be able to get there. If there's a wildfire and the fire department decides to draw something from the pond, nobody's going to stop them from doing that. The water storage tank is a single 20,000-gallon tank, which is fairly standard in Pickens County. It would be buried, so you'll never see it. And it's right alongside one of those, a portion of the existing access road, right where there's a turnout that the fire department asked for. So it's already in the envelopes and below ground.
Great, thank you.
So Greg, where are you at with my requested condition?
You know, I sympathize with you. It seems to me that I'm sympathizing with you, but I'm also thinking if you've got a language that we could, I'd like to get this taken care of so they can go on their way knowing where they're going today. So if you have some specific language that will allow them to continue forward, and we can, you know, I honestly have to say, I think I would like to approve the pond, because I think it has uses beyond just something pretty to look at. And I think I like the intent of what I hear. So I'm probably leaning toward approval, but if you have some language you want to add for that amendment, shoot, let's get that sorted out and get this thing.
Sure.
And do it, and I'll vote on it with you.
Sure. And again, I just want to be clear. I'm not against the pond as a place of water. I'm considering the fact that we are literally in lawsuits against people for using water simply for the purpose of aesthetic purposes. So I would like to condition, the pond is already conditioned on proof of the water right. That's already part of the resolution. I just want to add more detail to say that that water right, will not be sufficiently relied on as an aesthetic or pescatorial water right. That they have to demonstrate a different beneficial use of the water in their water right application for this pond to be built. And there's a host of other water rights out there to do that. I want to exclude the one that we actively sue on. So
I understand that. I hear you, and it'd be great to have that list of what was available to them with that condition.
Well, they can figure that out. I mean, there's ag, there's fire suppression, there's other things. So, and I imagine they have old water rights, and so there's probably a lot available to them here. But John, do you have some language you might suggest?
I'm kind of struggling with that myself. Just for some background to the other people on this application and the board, the county has engaged in litigation, as Kelly has mentioned, when we're confronted with a application for a water right having to do with aesthetic purposes. And the reason has been grounded in the principle that under Colorado water law, a water right should be exercised in an amount that is the minimum necessary to fulfill the beneficial purpose that the water is being put to. So if you're irrigating 10 acres of land and you're growing alfalfa, and it's relatively flat and has full solar exposure, you can calculate basically how much water you need to actually grow that particular crop on that particular land. And then you know exactly how much you need to put on that ground, the minimum amount necessary to fulfill the purpose. And so you can plan, in effect, the impact to the natural stream environment. You can plan how the water will be, what's not consumed will be returned to the stream where it was initially diverted, for example, things like that. And you can anticipate what the depletion might be in a natural environment of a stream or a river. The dilemma with aesthetic use is that there's no way to engineer with finality what looks good. Something that looks good, it could be stated to be a 100-acre lake for one person, but another person only needs 1 acre. So it's almost an objective or a totally subjective standard on an otherwise objective legal requirement. So that's the dilemma, and it kind of opens the door for virtually limitless depletion of the water resource in the natural stream environment. So that's the rub with aesthetic use. Kelly's suggestion of approving the pond with an exclusion of a particular water right is a bit tricky in that, the water right, like I said, is the province of the state through the engineer's office, through the water court, and through the water court processes. So it's different if you're approving a water or a pond for a specific purpose like firefighting, because then you require structures and configuration of the pond to fulfill that purpose. We don't control what the water court will decree. So if they decree it for aesthetic and firefighting, we can't really control that other than to object to that in water court. And so we've fulfilled our objective by requiring it to be available for firefighting, for example. But to exclude aesthetic use is a bit tricky, because the pond, once built and once there's water available for a decree and for that decree to be effective and utilized, the decree can always be expanded in the future, and it's the decision of the state as to whether or not that expansion of use will include an aesthetic purpose. So it's a bit tricky to come at it from the negative. It's a little easier to come at it from the positive. You know, you build it for this purpose kind of thing, or we'll approve it for this purpose. To be honest with you, I don't know if that approach from the negative, as you're suggesting, Kelly, if that would ultimately be enforceable, because there wouldn't be much we could do once the water right has been decreed. It becomes administrable by the state, and we don't have the jurisdiction to impact it. Yeah, it's a bit of a dilemma. To your point, Greg, there's 101 different uses you can put water to that's in an impoundment or a pond. Limited really only by the imagination of the person applying for the water right and the ability of the water court to entertain it. Coming at it with an idea of excluding piscatorial and aesthetic purposes really would get at the heart of how we have been viewing the appropriate use of water and its effect on stream environments and other potential users of that same water. But that kind of a condition on this type of an approval, I don't really know if that's going to get us there, to be honest with you. And the only suggestion I can offer is to come at it from a different point of view, to say, yes, it's approved for this particular purpose. Now, I've never heard of a pond decreed for the purpose of watering wildlife, but I certainly can't say that couldn't be accomplished, that's for sure. I suppose if you want the wildlife watered right there, in that particular location, that's the appropriate use. But, I'm sorry, I can't think of any way to come at it to restrict the use of a pond once built, as opposed to requiring it to be used for a particular purpose if built.
Well, can I offer what I thought might be decent language? I don't know if this will resolve this brain teaser here, but I'm looking on page 7 under number 9, whatever we call it, point number 9, regarding the earth moving permit. So it says the applicant shall provide an earth moving permit application for all pond construction and ditch improvements. As part of the application, the applicant shall provide a documentation of adequate water rights. And then I would propose to add language that says exclusively aesthetic and pescatorial water rights shall not be accepted for construction of the pond, or shall not be accepted for the earth moving permit, or something along those lines.
I think use that language, Kelly, and just simply say the proof of the water right exclusive of piscatorial or aesthetic purposes, and go forward that way. Perhaps that's in a better position, and I think that what we're really doing is we are then exercising control of the permit that allows for the pond to be built by demonstration of a right to use it for something other than those two purposes. Yeah, I think that would fly.
Okay.
I should have thought of that myself.
It's a brain teaser.
Can you say that one more time?
I just want to make sure I understand the language.
Okay.
I'm
It's
sorry.
all been very educational, and I know just enough about water rights to not get involved in water rights and let the attorneys deal with that. But John touched on the concern I was having all along, which was to just say you can't have it be aesthetic. I'm worried, you know, what if somebody finds it nice looking, you know? So
that's the side effect, right? That's not the beneficial use.
The approach of going at it from the positive side, and I think what you were getting at was, as long as the beneficial use for which the water right is obtained is not limited to only aesthetic and piscatorial.
Right.
And if that's the understanding, then I think we're okay with that. You know, I'm sure we could use it for irrigation purposes, and I'm sure that's probably the intent partly anyway. But I like I said, I try to stay out of the water rights discussion as much as I can. And we don't have all the water people here with us today.
Yeah. You know, I guess, Mitch, what I would suggest is to word it a water right that is not exclusively for piscatorial or aesthetic purposes, and then the demonstration of another purpose would be sufficient to get your permit to build it.
I think that works. I think that, yeah.
So should I read it again? Yeah.
Well, let me just ask one question, if
Sure.
you don't mind, Kelly.
Yeah, Francie.
If they can identify another uses, such as agricultural supplemental water, in case of a drought or something like that, then there's no need for your language.
Right, but they have to decree it that way as the water right and submit that for their permit to build the pond.
And is that in our purview?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think so. I think that that's a good approach.
Which?
What we were just articulating.
So
that if they declare some use, then that's all they need to do, as long as it's not aesthetic or for fishing.
Right.
Yeah, as long as the water right associated with the pond is not exclusively for piscatorial or aesthetic purpose.
Yeah.
There has to be something in this.
That works for us.
Okay, cool. Greg?
Well, I think we've gotten somewhere. Are we ready for a motion?
Yes.
Leslie's shaking her head.
No, she's not ready.
Okay,
What do you
Leslie.
need from us, Leslie?
Okay, documentation of adequate water rights. A water right associated with the pond is not exclusively to be used for piscatorial or aesthetic purposes. Correct? Did I get it right?
That sounded right to me.
I said it a little
John,
bit
you're
different to tie it to the construction of the pond. So I'll just read, so documentation of adequate water rights. Exclusively aesthetic and piscatorial water rights shall not be accepted for construction of the pond. Is that okay, John Ely, or does it have to say should not be accepted for issuance of the earth moving permit or something?
Yeah, or the permit shall not issue without demonstration of a water right associated with the pond that is not exclusively piscatorial or aesthetic in nature.
Wouldn't it be simpler just to say that it is for agricultural purposes, rather than trying to exclude other purposes? Couldn't it just read that, I mean, if that is in fact true, that the pond would be used for supplemental agricultural water or something like that, so that we as a county are still making our statement that we're not approving an aesthetic pond, but it's a positive rather than a negative statement that is simpler in language?
It would, but the applicant could have more flexibility based on what type of water right they wish to pursue.
In other words, Francie, if the only reason you're going to allow this pond to be built is if it is used for agricultural irrigation, then your language is what would be used. If you want to allow the applicant, the property owner, flexibility, as Kelly said, in constructing this pond and in applying for a water right to establish a decree to fill the pond, then really we're just calling out those rights that are particularly vexing to us in overall, you know, water management and stream health.
So is this an attempt to make a statement, or because, or is it some kind of, I mean, I'm not quite sure where we are with this. Are you, Greg?
Well, I completely understand Kelly's intent, because we've seen this, and we've tried to, you know, we've been wrestling with how do we deal with aesthetic and piscatorial use, and as we've said, so I'd really love to find a really good reason to put this pond in beyond that, and have it articulated, and then approve it. Quite honestly, it's kind of, that's where I'm going with this, because I honestly have to say I'm comfortable, given this large piece of property, the amount of water they have, the work they've done to accommodate the community. I kind of think that I'm ready to approve this, but I'm still stuck on the pond thing. So if we can come up with a good reason for this pond beyond that, I'm ready to go. So maybe it comes back to the creativity of Mitch and Mike and Mark, and, you know, and sorry, but we're kind of hung up on this.
I feel like, you know, clearly you want to do something to amend your code so that you don't have this discussion every time a pond comes in front of you. But in the meantime, with this particular application, you know, we have that condition 9 that says the applicant shall provide an earth moving permit application for all pond construction and ditch improvements. As part of the application, the applicant shall provide a documentation of adequate water rights. I think all we're trying to say here is documentation of adequate water rights that don't rely solely on aesthetic and pescatorial use.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I would say that since there is agricultural operation there, that the water rights are already not solely for aesthetic and pescatorial use. Is this a live feed into the pond? Will it be fed with a live, active, running water stream, or is it being piped in there?
You know, the idea is a live feed, and we know we need to change around some things in the water rights with the water courts to have a pond. So,
why?
You know, I don't want to tie the hands of the water attorneys too much now to make that happen, because I don't know what I'm dabbling in all that well. If we were talking land use code and things like that, I'd be happy to tinker. But this is a little beyond my expertise. So, I think we're getting at the concern with that simple language I was suggesting: documentation of adequate water rights that do not rely solely on aesthetic and pescatorial use.
But I don't see why you have to say that, since the water right is already being used for agriculture. The water right on the whole property is already used for agriculture. That's why it's there.
I mean, I'd rather not say it, but I'm just trying to address Kelly's concern, to be honest. That's a real frank answer.
Francie, I don't believe there's a water right for storage on the property, because water is not being stored on the property right now.
I see. Okay. But
that's correct.
Right. And Mitch did address, I mean, we're trying to call out here a value that we have for a broader issue and how it is showing up in a very specific land use decision. And so I'm trying to synchronize those so that we're consistent with both.
Oh, I fully understand it and respect that, especially since, you might get another application in front of you and you'd like to be able to say, hey, this came up on here and here's what we did.
Right.
So I'm trying to work with you.
No, I appreciate it, Mitch. I think we're there, personally, but I still have to look to my other board members. I'm not totally sure if you're cool with what we've, the language as proposed. So I want to check in on that, and then we can move to a motion.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
If I'd be willing to make what do I say, make a motion here, approving Barrett the Door LLC amendment to development permit with amendments as articulated by Leslie Lamont that include color schemes and plants and this water right for a pond.
Okay, is that sufficient as a motion, John Ely?
It's sufficient to my understanding. If there's no question from the applicant, then we can go forward to producing the resolution and tinkering with the language to make sure it reads smoothly and move to execution.
Okay, and Francie?
I have to agree with what Mitch said to a certain extent, that I think what we're working with here is that we wish we had something that said this in our codes. And perhaps it isn't fair to entrap these people in our lack of this in our codes. And that perhaps we should address that separately and worry about carrying it out later rather than catching this particular proposal in the midst of that. I get Mitch's point pretty clearly.
So I'm going to second Greg's motion, since we have a motion on the table for discussion. So Francie, you could vote this down. You could be a nay vote if you don't like.
I'm not going to vote it down.
No.
But I don't get what he said, because he was talking about Leslie Lamont's color charts and stuff. So I don't really know what the what the motion is.
Okay. So I'll ask.
I was hoping Leslie would just articulate the amendments as she has them.
Yeah.
Because I know she's made those. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to try to repeat them from memory, but that's where I was. So maybe if Leslie repeated those, we could go on. I think we had a nod from John Ely, which makes me comfortable. And I don't think the applicant is being severely limited here. And yes, we should fix it in the code.
Okay. So I will ask Leslie to restate the amendments to the resolution for everybody's clarity, since we covered these several hours ago now.
Thank you. And I do have a couple more to add, based upon the whole Q&A and presentation. So I'll just restate what I said in my earlier presentation, that to the condition 8K, I am clarifying the language that requesting a submittal of all samples of all exterior colors and materials to make sure that the color gray that is being proposed for the concrete is actually an earth tone color. Also to condition 3D, 8I, 13, and 14, we're adding the language about the native plants listed in the Pitkin County Revegetation Guide. I also want to add a finding that the driveways have been cited to minimize impacts to the land, views from Capitol Creek, to preserve the rural character of the property. And then I want to add a condition. I want to add on to 3C, where we're talking about they have to submit an amended plat for the lot line adjustment, that access easements for the shared driveways shall be included on the amended plat. And I can explain why, if you guys want, why I feel that's important to add that clarity into the resolution.
Sure.
Yeah, it occurred to me, based upon Greg's question about if properties are sold to individuals, how are they going to get access? And I think it would be really important to be really clear that we spent a lot of time on this proposal really studying the access off Capitol Creek Road, and that it was really important to the overall approval of the proposal. I would hate to see somebody 5 years from now who bought Lot 5 claim that they need a new driveway off of Capitol Creek Road because they don't have access, because access is through Lot 2. So thanks, Greg, for that. And then per our discussion on the plantings and the landscape envelope, I would add again to condition 3, add on to paragraph D, where I've already added the language Pitkin County Revegetation Guide, but I would also add the plantings proposed along Nicholson Creek Road shall be amended to the satisfaction to open space and trails and AVLT. So that gets at the fact that there's still a little bit of work to be done with the landscaping proposed on Nicholson Creek Road. Finally, second to last, number 6, which is lot 5 condition related to lot 5. 6A, based upon Mitch's representation, I just want to clarify again the height of the house, 28 feet, specifically no roof point can exceed 28 feet, including solar panels, mechanicals, etc. And then it seems to me we've landed on language related to the pond and the water rights 9A. Documentation of water rights, the water rights that don't rely solely upon aesthetic or pescatorial use. And maybe John Ely, you and I can finesse that.
I can amend my motion to include those amendments as articulated so perfectly by Leslie.
And I will second the amended motion. Okay, any further discussion? No, Mitch, you're raising your hand. Are all of those acceptable to applicant?
There was a lot of them and a lot of new stuff there to digest. So the finding was fine. There were color samples, I think were fine. The native plants and all of that discussion in Nicholson Creek, all good. That's all in accordance with what we're planning on. The language about the water rights being not solely for aesthetic or pescatorial uses, I think is good. The one that I'm at all hesitant about right now is 6A, the 28 foot. It already says as measured pursuant to building height definition at the time of the code. The plan is, yes, it's solar ready at 28 feet. And if the panels are laid flat, it's under 28 feet. If it's termed that you go and actually put the panels on the roof and you decide you needed them tilted, the code allows for a little extra use of that if that's the need. So I don't want to preclude that because we haven't studied or decided how the solar panels are actually going to sit there yet, if they're going to sit there. So I'd rather just stick with the words that are already there, which is as pursuant to the building height definition in the land use code at the time of application.
That's not what you represented.
I represented that we have designed it solar ready under the 28-foot limit, which is true. It's solar ready.
So in response to Kelly's question, you represented that everything of that house, everything would be max 28 feet, which is why I clarified that.
Well, I just don't want you, well, because that's what the code is solar ready. Solar ready doesn't require that you ever install any panels. So if you do go to install them, the code allows for that to then go above, and I don't know that it will or won't be an issue, will or won't extend over 28 feet if they need to be tilted as opposed to flat. So I don't want to preclude the installation of solar panels because you're thinking I was representing that the solar panels would never fit under the code definition of building height. So all I'm saying is let us work with the code definition of building height.
Okay.
That was how the original condition read. I just clarified it based upon Kelly's question.
Too much clarification because it could preclude the actual installation of panels down the road. And I don't think that's what anyone wants to do.
Discussion from the board. Francie?
28 feet is pretty high, it's a flat roof? Mitch? Is this the flat roof
Correct,
building?
it's a flat roof, yeah, which is, the normal height limit is 28 feet.
Yeah, but I was thinking more of a peaked roof at 28 feet, but it's fine, that's neither here nor there, but, I can't imagine you wouldn't have angled solar on a flat roof, because there's no such thing as flat solar yet. Technology might be coming, but, so I think you are going to be in excess of the 28 feet, and I did hear you to say to Kelly, I heard you say to Kelly, that there'll be no electrical boxes, nothing higher than 28 feet. However, you have a really good point that we don't want to word this in a way that then later makes it impossible to install solar if you feel like you've met with the county building codes at having your height at 28 feet. So that would not be a sticking point for me.
Yeah, maybe I misspoke, and that was certainly not my intention to misrepresent anything.
No, I know that.
So now we're still on the record. I'm trying to clarify that. And a 28-foot height limit normally with a peak roof allows you to go to 33 feet to the ridge. We're not using that. The code allowance for a tilted solar panel is an additional 4 feet.
Okay.
So
you'd still be under the 33. You'd still be under 33 feet allowed for a peak roof. If you went 4 feet up with your solar panels on top of 28 feet, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Greg, any other thoughts?
You know, I think that you know, certainly it seems like a pretty tall house, but I also hear the argument the 28 or the 33 feet would be the peak on a peaked house, right? It's taken from an average. The 28's and it's somewhere in the center. Is it an average or? So it's typically these things go a bit higher if it's peak roof, right? So I'm okay with it. I certainly would love it if the house was a little lower, personally, but I'm ready to approve this.
Okay, before we amend it for the third time. Don't make a motion yet. Don't make a motion yet, because I want to clarify with Mitch. So it sounds like the guidance is to remove Leslie's suggestion related to the height, based on Francie and Greg's input. I would prefer that it be 28 feet, but that's okay. We still had the access easement that you have not addressed, Mitch.
Correct, I missed one. Yes, I'd prefer to just say we will record access easements and not necessarily make us put them on the plat. Sometimes you just want to record access easement agreements without putting on all of that language that goes with the easements on a plat. So we already have a requirement to record the plat, the activity envelopes and site plans, the development agreement. Why don't we just put the access easements in at the same time, whether they're on the plat or by separate instrument?
Leslie, do you have concerns?
You know, I just think it's good to have a full picture of what people are dealing with, and to have a little note on there that shows the reception number of the access easement on the plat. No one can plead hardship and say, I didn't know.
That we could do, a reference to the recorded access easement documents.
Just a reception number
on the plat.
Oh, no, just the reception number.
Okay.
Is what I'm thinking.
So we just add a requirement under the things we need to record. Access easements with the reception number to be referenced on the plat. Access easement. The intention all along was to have reciprocal access easements for all the properties. So.
Okay, so I think we need to amend our motion again. And I will, Leslie, do you want to read them or do you want me to read them?
Do you want me to read everything word by word, kind of summarize what we're doing?
I think summarize is fine. Summarize the amendments to the reso.
Right. So I'm adding a finding about the driveways, that one driveway, one shared driveway is important in this approval. And then on 3C, we are saying that the reception numbers for the access easements shall be included on the amended plat. 3D, we've added language related to the Pitkin County Revegetation Guide, and that the plantings proposed along Nicholson Creek Road shall be amended to the satisfaction of open space, OST and AVLT. 6A, are you comfortable, Mitch, if I just say excluding solar panels? The height of lot 5, no roof point can't exceed 28 feet, excluding solar panels.
I suppose that works, yeah. As measured pursuant to the building height definition already covers that. But.
Yeah. Then 8I, I've added language again related to the Pitkin County Revegetation Guide. 8K is where we're adding language that all exterior materials and color samples will be submitted for review. 9A, documentation of adequate water rights shall be submitted that don't rely solely upon aesthetic or pescatorial use for the pond. I keep working that every time I say it, if you'll notice. And on numbers 13 and 14, added the Pitkin County Revegetation Guide language again.
All right, that's everything I had too. Greg, do you want to amend your amended motion?
I move to amend that motion as stated.
Okay, I will second. Any further discussion from Francie or Greg? No? Okay. All in favor of approving the resolution approving Barrett Door LLC amendment to development permit as amended twice and with our final amendments to the reso, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Sorry, Francie, I really make these hard on everyone. But I appreciate all of you hanging in there and for a good project.
I'm right with you on the ponds. I just think we should talk about it as part of our code.
Yes, agreed.
I appreciate that too, Kelly, and also everyone else for your patience and for working through this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you. I see the applicant, Mark. Thank you. Look forward to having you as a
Thank
neighbor.
you. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I think it's going to be a good project. You could come up and take a hike.
Well, thank you.
All right.
All right.
All right,
Mike and
bye.
Mitch, always nice to
Thanks.
see you guys. Take care.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Nice job, guys.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're moving on to open discussion. Is there any, and Steve Child will welcome you back to join us if you're still there. Maybe I'll shoot Steve a text. John Peacock, oh, there he is. Steve was taking a snooze. Good for you. All right, is there any open discussion items, Mr. Peacock?
I don't have anything for the board. I was just here in case you had anything for staff.
Okay, any open discussion items for staff? Francie, then Greg.
John, I just would like to get a quick update on where we stand on licensing for STRs and if there's been any action there. If we have anything to look at.
Which John were you talking to, Francie?
Oh, I was talking to John Peacock, sorry.
Yeah. So, John, I think, though, you were working on the licensing.
I am.
So I think maybe I'll let you give the update, because I'll just commit you to having it done tomorrow otherwise.
But I like a challenge.
Yeah.
What were you looking for, Francie? Were you looking for like a anticipated date or content or what?
An anticipated time to talk about possible ways that we could go about licensing and taking further steps, and if we're making any progress in that direction. I'm still getting inundated with Redstone communications.
I have seen, well, I've seen a great deal of them myself. I don't know if I've seen them all. I am, at least based on board discussion moving forward with crafting an ordinance to implement a licensing procedure for short-term rentals, and hope to bring that to the board soon for discussion in a work session to determine whether or not you want to flesh out any restrictions. And there are quite a few potential areas that the board can consider. And with that feedback, that'll be the basis of the criteria for issuing the license. If the board doesn't want to restrict them, at least initially, then a simple application will generate a license. So, okay. And the restrictions, one of which certainly can be geographic location in the county. If, for example, the board didn't want to entertain the issuance of license in a particular area, or something along those lines.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Sometime this spring.
I would bet in about well, consistent with the board's schedule on Tuesdays, I would think in about 3 weeks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John.
Yeah, thanks, Francie. I think there's definitely an urgency coming from Redstone that we're not hearing from other parts of the county on this. Any other open discussion items? Greg?
Yeah, just a comment. As we were sitting here, I got news that a longtime Aspen, friend of Aspen and longtime resident Bruce Berger, the author Bruce Berger, passed away from COVID in a Denver hospice minutes ago or hours ago. He contracted it, you know, here in Aspen, probably over in December, and just succumbed to it. He's another one of our local citizens who he said he never cooked for himself, and so he was out and about, and you know, so maybe there's some conjecture about where he contracted it that he articulated, but just want to remind people that to be safe, to be careful, and I'm sure we'll be hearing about Bruce's passing, which is so unfortunate. He was involved in rescues on the Maroon Bells in the 50s and the 60s. He's, you know, one of these guys just been here forever, involved, lived very simply in a small cabin that was mostly bookshelves, and he had the most amazing book collection. I remember photographing the walls of his books because every title was a book that I wanted to read. And he had a grand piano also in this tiny little cabin. And he lived a very rich life here. And honestly, I think he left us much too soon. He spent a couple weeks, surprisingly, in the ICU here, but then finally had to be sent down to Denver. And it was looking good, but somehow things took a turn for the worse, and that was that. So he's surrounded by friends, and he's gone now. Another one we've lost to COVID. So just I think I wanted to announce that. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. I'm sorry for the loss of your friend. Steve?
Oh, that reminded me, I meant to say this during commissioner comments earlier. Joe Hyde just passed away from COVID in Grand Junction. You might remember Joe sitting there directing people in the hospital when they go in the entrance to the hospital, how to get to the rooms they needed to go. He was a veteran, just a terrific guy. The last time he walked in the 4th of July parade, I walked with him, and we fell further and further behind because he just couldn't keep up. He had to leave Aspen because he was on dialysis and had to go to Grand Junction 3 times a week. So he just moved down there finally. So another person who lived here for a lot of years, and he touched my heart a lot. And I think I've thought about him a lot being down there in Grand Junction, but the community will miss him too.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, any other open discussion today? Steve?
So another one for John Ely. We did get one email from our neighbor in Emma about the hemp grow operation, and it was our intention to have some sort of changes to the land use code proposed for regulating hemp grow operations or in the ag zone districts in the county. So I was just checking with John Ely on the status of that, and could we look forward to having something fairly soon?
Yeah, that's why the short-term rentals, Steve, are a couple of weeks off. I thought, quite frankly, the pressure is more with the cultivation seasons than short-term rentals, at least right this moment. Well, I'll hopefully get instructions or find out how Kelly wants to move on that on Friday when we're ready to have time on a Tuesday to bring it in.
I also just want to mention, so Leslie shot me a note in the chat, acknowledging the issue with the ponds, and she says they get a lot of applications for administrative review that include construction of new ponds, and so it would behoove us to tackle this in our code to provide them with clear directions, so administratively when they're dealing with these approvals that don't become before us, that we are being consistent. So I guess look to John to see about making that code change to capture what we discussed today.
We've tried that, sort of like growth management. We've tried that before in dealing with the ponds, and it was a difficult issue to legislate in the land use code. To put it, I guess, the most honestly, the issues come up periodically from a couple of the water commissioners that have within our county elements of their jurisdictional areas, and the request is essentially all the same. Do you have to allow so many ponds to be built? In other words, can't you stop it? And it's an easy answer there to that question, but it's a harder question to answer as to how hard do we want to regulate them at all? And we have never been able to get our collective heads around that. I think it's a topic that's always ripe for discussion, just like growth management, and perhaps we should have some time to discuss it without an application in front of us, so that we can sort of explore that issue and determine what it is we're looking for and what do we want to accomplish.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, maybe together we can find time for that discussion. Yes, Steve?
Yeah, I would suggest we do a work session on that and have community development staff and John put together some bullet points on it that, as our basis for discussion. But based on your discussion today, I think we need something to require, before somebody has an earth moving permit to build a pond, that they have the water. They have to demonstrate, first of all, they have the water rights, then they have to demonstrate certain uses, and they could have a bucket of choices for the uses, including irrigation and firefighting water, whatever we want to put in that list, and just have that be a prerequisite for building a pond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so we'll look at that with future agendas also. Thanks. Okay, any other open discussion? If not, I will look for a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing open space acquisition pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6-402 4A, B, and E.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg. May I have a second? Steve, thank you. All in favor of going into exec, please say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
And I see our open space folks on here, so we will just need about 5 minutes to transition, I think, the folks off of Zoom who aren't supposed to be on Zoom, and Terry will turn over controls to somebody for the exec. Do you want that to be me?
Well, back at
Okay.
Back at
So
4:50 is
5
that what you're
minutes,
thinking?
4:50 for our executive session. Thank you to the public for joining us today, and thank you to Grassroots for the broadcast. We'll see you next week.